Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Senior US military officials arrive in Kyiv as reports surface regarding a peace plan. Meanwhile, the Kremlin maintains they have nothing new to say. At least 5 people are killed in an Israeli airstrike east of Khan Yunis on Palestinian territory as Qatar condemns the recent attacks. And shares in US chip giant Nvidia jump and revenue rises, beating Wall Street's expectations and quashing AI bubble fears. Senior US military officials are in Ukraine as they discuss efforts to end the war with Russia. It's believed US President Donald Trump has approved a 28-point plan for peace between the two warring nations. Details are still unclear, but reports suggest Ukraine will have to give up some land and weapons, as well as reduce the size of its military. The talks come hours after 26 people were killed in Ternopil following a Russian missile and drone attack. Here's how Kyiv residents have been reacting to the US peace proposal.
I do not consider these conditions acceptable, and I do not think that even if such an agreement is conditionally reached at the level of heads of state, that it will be accepted by the people, by the military, and those who have already given and are giving a lot for this.
I don't think that Ukrainian President Zelensky will sign any peace agreements on such terms for several reasons. First, he is populist enough not to do this. He knows that this will be very unpopular in Ukraine. And second, he is, despite everything, patriotic enough not to do such a thing.
I'm joined by John Cavelich, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, always good to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. If you're not at the table, you are on the menu. Surely this must be how Ukraine feels after reports surfaced about the US-Russia peace plan.
This peace plan discussion has been hiding in plain sight. What happens is because the daily media deluge that everyone is impacted by, and they're always waiting for those big moments. They're waiting for the moment that's going to define the day's news cycle. But then throughout the day, there are these little pieces that keep happening, and some are a little more visible than others. What this is a culmination of a lot of those little pieces that have already been put out there. For example, on the discussion about Ukraine relinquishing the territories, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, Crimea, and in the case of some, Russia militarily controls them. In the case of others, they control maybe 80+% of them. So for Ukraine to give up 18% or more in 2 oblasts, 2 provinces that the Russians don't occupy, it's difficult to digest. It's like digesting a rock. However, one workaround that's being thrown about is shifting the boundaries of those 2. So then it becomes Russia controls 100%, and Ukraine keeps what Russia doesn't have. So, this the 28 points is, President Trump now has in his head that everything can be solved in 28 points. And so that's sort of what drives him. But when you actually get down to seeing what's on the list, you start scratching off stuff pretty quickly and you get to a core.
And it's really interesting, John, because we're just getting some breaking news through at the moment. And apparently Zelensky his office says he's received the peace plan draft from the US. It also says Zelensky expects to discuss with Trump diplomatic opportunities in the coming days. So now we know apparently Zelensky has received this peace plan. And this is going to be really difficult discussions for Ukraine because a lot of it, as you said, might get some workarounds when it comes to territory. But really, it's been their red line.
Yeah, but unfortunately, for President Zelensky, and the same goes for President Putin, everything is negotiable. A red line is a red line until it becomes pink, and then it becomes white, and then it starts moving around. So in this particular case, President Zelensky starts with his red lines. President Putin starts with his red lines. President Trump starts with his red lines. The European Union starts with their red lines. NATO starts with its red lines. And eventually, everything starts becoming fluid. And so President Zelensky, unfortunately, to use President Trump's, earlier this year phrase about you don't have the cards, this is now the worst several weeks for President Zelensky. We have the energy corruption investigation, and $100 million, considering $200 billion that's gone into Ukraine. Okay, but the 2 points that really get to people are, one, it's energy, which means people get cold, and stealing energy or stealing something like that, as opposed to stealing a hubcap or a car. And that's incredibly difficult. The other is, this investigation has been going on for a year. It is not a surprise to many members of the European Union, nor to the United States government. Everyone has known that this investigation was going. What no one knew was when it would blow in the public domain. So President Zelensky has that, which is a negative in terms of negotiating strength. And then secondly, it's the money. And he needs a lot of it. The European Union, for a variety of reasons, they don't want to touch the $320 billion in Russian central bank reserves. They don't want to individually guarantee loans to Ukraine. They don't want to collectively guarantee loans to Ukraine. You've got some members that don't want to do anything. And it's becoming, President Zelensky's on a stopwatch. We just don't know how much time he has left before the deal's going to be done for him. The last thing I'll say is, he has already indicated, long time ago, that this was going to be his final term. The fact that he's taken that off the table gives him more strength at the negotiating table.
And John, if reports on the secret plan are to be believed, President Trump has sided with Russia's Putin for Ukraine's surrender of territory, as we've been discussing. But dissenting voices will be asking what happens in the next 5 to 10 years after Russia has a chance to rearm itself.
And legitimate concern. I'm not in the camp that looks at President Trump's decision making and how he has flowed with respect to the Russia-Ukraine war, and say he's all in for Ukraine. I mean, he's all in for Russia. If you look at what he has said and what he has written, he's looking at this, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but he's looking at this more transactionally, looking at it more how a real estate person would negotiate, and how he looks at finality. And so he does have an ability to separate what we all want versus what we're likely to get. And he tends to focus more on the likely to get. And the problem that then he creates is, when you start with what we want, a just and lasting peace, people are happy, they're calm, and they have a huggy, warm feeling. He just goes right to the end and saying, okay, let's just be real. Russia's not going to back up and leave Ukraine. maybe they will, but is that really going to be where we're going with this? So he's, he becomes very raw very quickly. And diplomatically, that's difficult for people to digest. In the European Union, collectively, it reinforces just how impotent they really are.
And I think that's been the problem. There's been a lot of criticism about how slow the EU has been to react to what's been happening in Ukraine. But John, just before I let you go, US military officials are preparing to meet Zelensky at some point today. Will Zelensky, in your opinion, have to agree to this reported plan? As even he says Trump is the only person that can end the war. John, you also said to me he's in an extremely difficult position at the moment. Russia is on the front foot, Ukraine is clearly on the back foot, and there's this corruption scandal.
I don't think he's going to unilaterally, President Zelensky, he's not unilaterally going to say, Mr. President, I'm all in. Here's my initials on the Zoom call. We're good to go. It wouldn't be smart for him to do that because President Trump's a negotiator. He's a negotiator. President Putin's a negotiator. So he's going to say, Mr. President Donald, I thank you very much for the effort you're trying to bring to ending the war, how you and he will do what everyone else has been doing. You've already ended 8 wars. Look at what you've done in Gaza, and the Ukrainian people are incredibly appreciative for all the support you've given us. And so we're gonna look at this. We're gonna digest it. We're going to maybe, if it's okay with you, come back to you with maybe some ideas. But he's not going to unilaterally accept it, and he's not going to unilaterally reject it, because that just would really be a bad idea right now.
John Cavillage, always good to have your insights and analysis. Thank you. Let's continue this conversation with Sergei Markov, director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for President Putin. Sergei, just before we start, I don't know if you heard my conversation earlier with John Cavillage. What are your thoughts on Ukraine having to accept this 28 peace plan that has apparently been cooked up by Russia and the US?
No chance. It's clear. Vladimir Zelensky cannot agree with peace, because peace meaning that it will be elections. These elections he will lose 100%, because when he gone to the previous election, he promised Ukrainians peace, no repression against Orthodox Church, no repression against Russian language, no bombing of Donbass, but he moved Ukraine to the great tragedy of war. Of course, Ukrainians doesn't like it, and so he has no chance to win next elections. If so, he will lose his official position immediately. Very high, very big corruption. He will be accused, and also thousands of Ukrainians will look for him through all the world, trying to kill him, because they strongly believe that exactly he's Zelensky, responsible for the killing of the 500,000 of Ukrainian soldiers. So no chance for Zelensky to agree with this. But at the same time, he don't want to have conflict with Donald Trump. That's why he will have different maneuvering. He will say, oh, let's discuss this condition, this condition. And then he will say, okay, we don't deny Donald Trump peace plan, but we deny this, and this. So no chance that he would agree. Majority of Ukrainians, by the way, 90% of them would agree. Don't look at the theology. What theology in the country which in situation what? People, just 90% of population afraid in Ukraine, afraid to give response to sociologists, and all of them for peace. So Ukrainian population will support peace for any conditions. Also, they know that Crimea, they're Russians there. Donbass, the Russians live there. So they're already ready to accept it. But Zelensky will deny this for sure, with help of his European friends.
So, Sergei, you just said to me that 90% of Ukrainians would support this deal to end the war and they want to go after Zelensky. I want to ask you the question. 26 people have been declared dead after Russia's attack on an apartment building in western Ukraine. 3 of the dead are children. Why is Moscow targeting civilians? And do you think Ukrainians will really support Russia after continuous attacks like this?
First of all, you should understand there are different Ukrainians. Ukrainians on the western part of Ukraine, they've been not part of the Russia during many centuries, and they belong more close to the Poland and so on. But Ukrainians in Odessa, Kharkov, Dnipropetrovsk, Donbass, they're Russians. They speak Russian language 90%. So they will be happy, I think, not just peace, but the people in Odessa and Kharkov, from my point of view, they will be happy if Russian army will take the cities, but of course without not in Stalingrad and Bakhmut style. As about people in Chernobyl, 26 people, of course it's a big tragedy. But this building was nearby Orion military factory, and you can open internet. You see a member of the Ukrainian parliament who 4 weeks ago was giving interview from exactly those military factory nearby those civilian buildings. So it was the target was a military factory, and its strategy is that one of rocket missiles kill those people. And of course, we understand, if people even in Ukraine want Russia, nobody wants rocket missiles who are targeting the cities. That's right. But at the same time, Russian demands, it's not demands for territories. Russia doesn't want to take territories. Russian demands very clear. Please, we, Western countries, stop using terror for making Ukraine anti-Russia. So it means that Russian demands, not Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, first of all.
But Sergei, I just want to ask you, I want to ask you a question. If I can ask you a question, just on something else that's been happening. A Russian spy ship is currently loitering on the edge of British waters. The UK Defence Secretary also said that the ship had shone lasers at RAF pilots sent to monitor it. Why is there a ship there, and why has Russia been provoking NATO airspace, and now we see it in UK waters?
First of all, drones which come to the Poland, it was provocation organized by Vladimir Zelensky and Ukrainian intelligence service. It's a clear goal. His goal absolutely clear. They want NATO country to create a very big anti-missile system on the eastern bank of the Poland and Romania, and they should close their eyes not only above the Poland and Romania, but also above the western part of Ukraine. It's Zelensky's goal. That's why he reconstructed these drones from those Russian drones which have been shot down on the Ukrainian territory, and then send them to the Poland as such they are Russian drones. It's clear provocation. As to about spies to the nearby the British island, so I don't know details, but what I know for sure, Great Britain told that they were going to send their troops to the Ukrainian territory immediately after ceasefire. Great Britain intelligence service organized terrorist attack against Nord Stream gas pipeline. Everybody knows about this. How Russian intelligence service can ignore the threat from the British Island. If Russian intelligence service didn't send some equipment and some materials to watch what Great Britain is going to do, they should be fired because they're not doing a right job. It's very clear. And same time, British spies come here and French spies come here and so on. And I will say also a very interesting thing, which is for you to understand. Most of the people doesn't like spy, but nevertheless like to watch movies about spy. But the spy play very important role not allowing to nuclear war to happen. Because one of the main mechanisms of nuclear war that some countries have no information about their rivals, and as a result, they have suspicions that their rivals has planned to attack them. Only spies allow to any political leadership to have more realistic and more peaceful understanding of the plans of the another part. That's why more spy, meaning nuclear war, more far from now. So you should like spies.
Sergei Markov, I do like watching films about spies. I'm not sure the British government likes Russian spies in their waters, but thank you so much for joining me. Gaza's civil defense agency says 5 people are dead after Israel launched new airstrikes on Palestinian territory earlier today. 18 people were also wounded after Israeli forces targeted a residential building east of Khan Yunis. Qatar have condemned the attack. Both Israel and Hamas have accused one another of violating the ceasefire agreement that came into effect on the 10th of October. For more on this, I'm joined from Herzliya by correspondent and author Yotam Confino. Yotam, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So we're 6 weeks into this so-called truce. 5 people are dead after strikes earlier today. That includes a baby girl. What has Israel said in response to these recent casualties that we're seeing?
So Israel launched the attacks in response to Hamas firing at Israeli troops in Khan Yunis. They were firing across the yellow line from where Israeli troops are stationed. So in response to that, and in response to virtually every day Hamas operatives crossing that yellow line, endangering troops, they launched wide-scale attacks across Gaza. They were targeting a Hamas battalion commander who was killed in the area of Zaytun, which is part of a neighborhood near Gaza City. And they were also targeting naval commanders. So they are targeting Hamas. The fact that civilians are killed in this is something that, of course, for the past 2 years is you know, it's a fact. Every time Israel targets these Hamas commanders, almost every time there will be civilian casualties, mainly because Hamas are using civilian infrastructure to hide in and to operate from. Just today, Israel released a footage from a school in Beit Hanun in northern Gaza, which was basically footage collected from a Hamas operative that clearly showed armed members of Hamas operating from within a school, going into a shaft that was leading to a tunnel underneath the school. So whenever Israel launches these attacks, almost always will there be civilian casualties, but the targets are, of course, Hamas.
And Yotam, Qatar has condemned these attacks, as I said earlier. They've also criticised Benjamin Netanyahu's recent tour of occupied Syrian territory, calling it a breach of international law and a threat to national security. What exactly was the purpose of this very trip?
So we're pretty close to an election in Israel. According to plan, there will be an election held within the next year. Some are speculating it might be in March. Some are saying it will be in June. So Netanyahu is, of course, doing this to show power. He knows that these images that you're showing on your screen now, they're going to be shown on Israeli TV as well. He's looking as the commander-in-chief. He's up there looking across the Syrian border. Well, he's actually in Syria. And he's telling also Ahmed al-Shara, the Syrian president, that Israel is there to stay. That's at least what he's signaling. And as defense minister has also said that Israel is not going to leave this area and also not going to leave Mount Hermon, which is a very strategic point, because they fear that the vacuum will be filled by some of Ahmed al-Shara's jihadist warriors, and they can't accept that. But this is, of course, bad news for anyone who's hoping to see a Syrian Israeli security pact, something that has been negotiated for a long time, but both parties really are pretty far from each other when it comes to this particular issue of Israel withdrawing from the December 8th border, essentially going back to where they were before Bashar al-Assad was toppled. So I don't think, and the people that I speak to in Israel don't think that we're close to any security pact. And I think that Netanyahu showing up in this area yesterday clearly shows that, at least for now, Israel is not leaving that area.
And Israel has been accused of war crimes after thousands of Palestinians were expelled from the West Bank refugee camps and have been barred from actually returning to them. Do Israel have the right to demolish civilian infrastructure in this way? And as we know, the West Bank has been a hot topic.
Look, we need to understand what Israel is doing in the West Bank and why so many Palestinians have been forced to flee in the past couple of months. We're talking about areas like Jenin and Tulkarm, areas that are terror hotbeds, areas that are virtually controlled by Hamas and Islamic Jihad, sometimes the Al-Aqsa Martyr Brigade. In Jenin, there is a brigade called Jenin Brigade, which is made up of these terror factions. And the same way as in Gaza, they are exploiting civilian infrastructure to such a point that Israel had to go in there, because not only were they controlling the area, they were also launching attacks from Jenin. Some of the terror attacks that were targeted inside Israel and against the Israelis in the West Bank, those Palestinians came from Jenin. They came from this brigade. So Israel has been operating there for a long time. Even the Palestinian Authority last December also went into Jenin to target these terror groups. The fact that so many people have been forced to flee is horrible, and whether Israel is right in demolishing these buildings, I'm sure if you ask international law scholars, they will say no. But Israel is saying they're demolishing the infrastructure that Hamas embedded inside the civilian buildings. That's why they're doing it. But nevertheless, I read the report that the Human Rights Watch came out with, where they're calling it war crimes and all that, and I was, again, trying to see some sort of nuance here. They're mentioning Hamas and the fact that they're using civil infrastructure for military operations once in a very, very long report. It really doesn't reflect what's happening there. It is sad to see so many people fleeing, and the fact that they're not allowed to go back is, of course, horrible, but you have to understand why Israel is going in there. And they're not sending soldiers into harm's way just for the fun of it. They're doing it to crack down on these terror groups.
Yes, Yotam, you're right. I think a lot of people would think what Israel is doing in the West Bank is wrong, especially people in the humanitarian space. But Yotam, I want to speak to you a little bit about the fact that we see Palestinian Authority textbooks continue to teach anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli lessons. You actually brought our attention to the story. Can you tell us what kind of challenges are Palestinians facing internally?
First of all, I'm really sad for the Palestinian children and their future, and the many generations, the many past generations of Palestinians. When I look at what's in these textbooks, it's atrocious. You see on the screen now here one of the Palestinian terrorists that's mentioned in one of the textbooks for, I believe it is for 8th graders, where they talk about her. She's one of the perpetrators of a massacre in the 70s against the civilian bus that killed 34, I believe, people, including children. They're talking about her as a heroine, as a martyr, as a great role model. And there's so much glorification of terror, of jihad, and of course blatant anti-Semitism about Jews controlling the finance and the media, that as a child in Gaza or in the West Bank or in East Jerusalem, if this is what you're being taught, you don't have a chance. If you don't grow up radicalized, that's a miracle. So I feel really sorry, and I believe also the European Union and the United States are furious with the Palestinian Authority about this, because they have promised for years now to do something, to reform these textbooks, and they have not done it. They've actually done nothing, basically. So the prospects of the Palestinian Authority reforming not only itself, but its schools, they're bleak. And they're also violating agreements with the European Union. They're getting a lot of money. And one of the conditions is that they reform, and they're just not doing it.
Yotam Confino, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you back.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump has signed a bill ordering the release of the Epstein files. It requires the Justice Department to release information about its investigation into the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The files are separate from the estate documents released by Congress last week. Meanwhile, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor must respond to the US Congress today regarding his Epstein links as the 2-week deadline ends. Power is being restored in Paris after around 170,000 homes in the city were affected by a blackout. French electricity operators were working to restore power after a technical issue. Some metro and train lines were stopped as a result. First Lady Melania Trump and Second Lady Usha Vance have spent time with service members and their families in North Carolina. It marks the first joint trip by the wives of President Trump and Vice President Vance outside of Washington. The duo visited students attending school at Camp Lejeune and delivered remarks to Marines and their families at New River. And Turkey is set to host COP31, while Australia will lead government-level negotiations. That's according to Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, who confirmed the compromise deal. Both Turkey and Australia bid to host the next climate summit and refuse to stand down. Stocks of Nvidia have risen this week, beating analyst expectations. The firm reported a jump in revenue in its quarterly earnings report as demand for their chips, often used for AI, increased. CEO Jensen Huang also said its sale of AI Blackwell systems were off the charts. I'm now joined by economist Laurie Led. Laurie, great to have you on the show. Hiya. So investors with shares in Nvidia must be having a great day after those blowout quarterly results. What is driving the company's first acceleration in 7 quarters?
Well, I think they are having a great day, but one of the reasons they're having a great day, Leigh Ann, is it looks like a lot of them have started to take profits today after that run-up in shares that you mentioned in your introductory comments. NVIDIA started the day up about 4%. And we're now down to just a little bit over break even on the day. So it looks like a lot of people took that run up, said, hey, wait a second, these are amazing results. Can we ever replicate these results? Let's maybe all the good news is there. Let's take our profits. We're seeing the same thing with AMD, which is one of the smaller competitors to NVIDIA. Intel is still up on the day, up about 1.5%, but Intel's a little bit of an also-ran when it comes to these big chip makers. But it's quite striking because NVIDIA's results were so unbelievably good. So to see us break even on the day, and we've been ebbing throughout the day, I wouldn't be surprised to see NVIDIA close actually lower on the day, despite results that absolutely blew everyone's minds. And as to your original question, what's driving this? It's exactly as Jensen Huang said, demand is just off the charts. And it's not just for the real high-end stuff that's powering these AI centers, the Blackwell chips. That's the highest end chip for NVIDIA. But every chip along the sort of the hierarchy of what NVIDIA makes did incredibly well, even down to the low-tech gaming chips. And you'll remember that NVIDIA, that's how NVIDIA got its start, making these graphic chips for gamers. Sales of those, and they're lower margin than these AI chips, but sales of those had sort of petered out a little bit while NVIDIA was focusing on the high-end stuff, the higher margin stuff. But sales of those did very, very well in the latest quarter as well. So everything that NVIDIA makes is flying off the shelves. And I think crucially, NVIDIA seems at the moment to be able to keep up with demand.
And I think it's a big question. Demand is a big question, and we'll get to that. But really, Laurie, bullish spirit off the back of NVIDIA's earnings has lifted tech stocks globally. But the big question is, have these results tempered all those fears over a potential AI bubble? I feel like we've been talking about this bubble for a little while.
And Leigh Ann, we're going to be talking about this for a little bit longer, so let's settle in with this one. I think this is a conversation you and I will be having for a while. Last night, no bubble was the story. Bubble off was the story after these NVIDIA results. And in after-hours trading, NVIDIA shares were up as much as 6%. Today, we're back to, so 12 hours later, we're back to bubble on story. People are having trouble kind of picking through these results. And there are two potential problems here. One is this a bubble? And there are a lot of comparisons made with the early 1990s and the dot-com bubble and you know, what a disaster that was when that crashed. And the problem with the dot-com bubble is a lot of companies, as is happening now, put a lot of investment into infrastructure to build cable lines under the sea so that we could all use the internet. A lot of companies went bust. We are now using that infrastructure, but we didn't use it all as it was coming online. And that was the problem. That was what led to the bubble bursting. Could that happen right now? Absolutely possible. I don't think anyone who tells you they have a sense of how we will be using AI, how much AI we will be using, anyone who tells you they have a grip on that, I think is probably exaggerating a little bit. It's impossible to forecast how we will be using this stuff, how much of this stuff we will be using in the near term and over the longer term. So that's a big question. So bubble on, bubble off, it really varies from day to day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think we'll be talking about it for a long time. And I also want to talk to you about, after the US government shutdown ends, the long-awaited jobs data has finally come. Unemployment reaches its highest level, actually, in 4 years. And my big question here is this going to worry the Federal Reserve?
I think that far too much is being made out of that rise in unemployment to 4.4% from 4.3%. This is September data, and a couple of Fed officials who were speaking about it today have called it stale. That's the word of the day. Well, stale and bubble, 2 words of the day. But I think that there's too much being made of that. That unemployment rate comes from what's called the household survey. And it's when investigators from the Bureau of Labor Statistics knock on doors and say, hello, Leigh Ann, are you employed? Are people in your household employed? And that's how they come up with this number. It's not accurate. People aren't answering their doors the way that they did. This face-to-face survey data is giving us quite cloudy results. The establishment survey, and that's count how many people are working or not working, how many jobs were created or lost in any given month. That comes from companies. It's electronically submitted, and it's considered to be a lot more accurate. That showed job growth of 119,000. That's just way above what anybody was looking for. Highest estimate I saw was up 50,000. And I think that's the number that the Fed will be looking at. We're talking a lot about that unemployment rate. I think that's the less important number.
Laurie Laird, stale and bubble. What a conversation. Always good to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. A reminder of our top stories. Senior US military officials arrive in Kyiv as reports surface regarding a peace plan. Meanwhile, the Kremlin maintains they have nothing new to say. At least 5 people are killed in an Israeli airstrike east of Khan Yunis on Palestinian territory as Qatar condemns the recent attacks. And shares in US chip giant NVIDIA jump and revenue rises, beating Wall Street's expectations and quashing AI bubble fears. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International coverage today centered on the emerging US-Russia peace initiative for Ukraine, with outlets highlighting its sweeping concessions and the unease it has triggered among US allies. The media also continue to examine the significance and far-reaching repercussions of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's high-stakes visit to Washington, seen as reshaping regional alliance. Meanwhile, in the United States, attention turned to President Trump's signing of the bill ordering the Justice Department to release the Epstein files, as the White House simultaneously prepares for Friday's highly anticipated meeting with New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. We'll start with the American media, which framed Trump's signature as a rare moment where he lost control of the political narrative, forced into compliance after an overwhelming bipartisan revolt. Coverage highlighted the looming 30-day deadline for the Justice Department to release the Epstein records, while stressing the uncertainty over how much will actually be disclosed. Across outlets, the story was cast as a transparency win driven by survivors and lawmakers, and a politically uncomfortable chapter Trump could no longer dodge. The Washington Post details how President Donald Trump signed the bipartisan legislation, saying that while the bill was overwhelmingly approved in the House and Senate, the legislation indeed contains significant limitations. The Department of Justice retains the right to withhold records if they involve ongoing investigations, child abuse imagery, or victim identity. The report also emphasizes the political stakes. Now, Trump had previously opposed the disclosure, but shifted once the vote margin became undeniable. Although survivors and lawmakers celebrated the move, many remain skeptical whether full transparency will follow. The piece concludes that the bill's success may mark one of the rare moments where Trump's control over the narrative faltered. Another story grabbed attention in the U.S. and internationally was the new U.S.-Russian plan to end the war in Ukraine. Foreign policy reports that Steve Witkoff-led U.S. team and Russian envoy Kirill Dmitriev have crafted a 28-point peace framework aimed at ending the war in Ukraine and drawing inspiration from President Donald Trump's Gaza Plan template. The piece explains that although the full text remains classified, the proposal reportedly covers 4 pillars: ending the combat or ending the war, security guarantees, European stability, and future U.S.-Russian relations. The analysis also highlights that the Kremlin has signaled caution, and Kiev fears the plan may force it to concede territory and sovereignty. The piece argues this shift illuminates Washington's pragmatic pivot, trading an idealistic Ukraine victory model for a deal-driven exit strategy, while raising doubts about the viability of lasting peace and the integrity of Ukraine's interests. Politico, on the other hand, highlights how Steve Witkoff is quietly advancing a U.S.-Russian peace framework for Ukraine through off-track negotiations that unsettle both Kiev and Washington's European allies. The piece outlines how Witkoff's back-channel efforts, including urging Ukraine to accept territorial concessions and military limitations. Of course, the proposals were met with alarm in Ukraine and also skepticism among U.S. partners concerned about the process's transparency and also legitimacy. While the administration presents the initiative as a pathway to ending the war, the report argues it risks undermining allied cohesion and Ukraine's sovereignty. Ultimately, it casts the push as a strategic gamble, peace diplomacy pursued outside conventional channels, with reputational and geopolitical costs. American media also reported on a surprising political encounter. President Trump will meet New York City's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, despite months of bitter attacks between them. The report highlights how Trump publicly mocked Mamdani as a communist, while Mamdani campaigned on resisting Trump's immigration policies and threats to cut federal funding. Yet both sides now signal a willingness to talk, with Mamdani saying he intends to confront Trump directly about affordability issues facing New Yorkers, from rent freezes to free buses and city-owned grocery stores. The piece also notes Trump's private respect for Mamdani's political skill, even as he tried to derail his campaign. The meeting is framed as a tense but necessary dialogue as Mamdani prepares to take office on January 1st. British media reported a sharp escalation as the Russian spy ship Yantar loitered near UK waters and reportedly directed laser beams at RAF pilots, prompting ministers to declare the action deeply dangerous. Outlets framed it as a symbol of looming new security threats to undersea infrastructure and marked a shift towards tougher defense posture and increased military readiness. The Telegraph contends that this marks a sharp escalation of Russia's naval provocations and signals a new phase of undersea aerial threat facing NATO states. Also, the report outlines how British forces were deployed, including frigates and patrol aircrafts, and how rules of engagement have been tightened. The piece quotes analysts who warn that such actions, especially near key undersea infrastructure, blur the line between surveillance and attack. It frames the episode as both a strategic warning and a tactical challenge for Western defense planning. Arab and international media continue to talk about Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman's visit to Washington. Al Majalla published a useful infographic outlining the evolving U.S.-Saudi relationship, described as entering one of its most robust phases. It highlights three cornerstones: Saudi Arabia's commitment to invest $600 billion in the U.S. and also a historic $142 billion or U.S. Saudi defense package as well, and growing bilateral trade nearly to $39.5 billion in 2024. The piece emphasizes how Saudi foreign assets holdings in U.S. bonds and equities, reaching up to 23%, reflect deep financial interdependence. It suggests the partnership now spans technology, energy, infrastructure, and defense, transcending the traditional oil for security model. Crucially, it frames the alliance as not merely transactional, but structural. Saudi Arabia is seeking a binding U.S. guarantee, while the U.S. seeks Riyadh as a strategic partner in supply chains, AI, and regional deterrence. The Times reported that soccer superstar Cristiano Ronaldo attended a high-profile White House dinner hosted by Donald Trump in honor of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. The report notes Ronaldo's appearance marked his first public U.S. outing since rape allegations arose in 2017. Though he has never been charged, Trump also publicly praised Ronaldo, saying the star's meeting with his teenage son Barron earned him brownie points. The piece also traces Ronaldo's role as the face of Saudi Arabia's sports and investment push via his deal with Saudi club Al Nassr. It suggests his presence symbolizes the growing intersection of sports, diplomacy, and Saudi-US strategy. Haaretz examines how the U.S.-Saudi relationship is entering a new era of deeper strategic alignment. The analysis notes that Saudi Arabia is no longer dependent on recognizing Israel to gain U.S. partnership, altering the region's traditional balance of power. From an Israeli perspective, the piece warns that Tel Aviv is losing leverage and may be forced to adapt to arrangements in which its military edge and regional primacy are indeed challenged. The analysis also portrays the Saudi-US shift as one of the most consequential realignments in Middle East diplomacy in decades. And we'll end with the Jerusalem Post, who argues in its editorial that Israel faces a once-in-a-generation opportunity with potential Saudi normalization, which could elevate the Abraham Accords from a symbolic framework to a broad Arab-Israeli partnership. The piece emphasizes that Saudi Arabia's potential entry into the Accords would signal Israel's shift from a regional isolation to embedded collaboration with the Arab world's most influential state. The piece also urges Israeli leadership to actively shape the terms of this alignment to safeguard Israel's military edge and strategic interests, rather than passively accepting what partners propose. And ultimately, the editorial frames Saudi normalization not as an end in itself, but as a transformative step for Israel's diplomatic and security architecture. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Arabiya English.
I know you're watching, so turn up the volume. New York City's mayor takes aim at the president during his victory speech. Not only was Zoran Mamdani a political outsider ahead of the mayoral race, he flourished during a particularly nasty smear campaign. What does his win mean for Democrats and Republicans alike? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
President Barroso, thank you for this interview. I've listened to you speaking in the panel. You were saying that we are already in a hybrid war. So how does the war in Ukraine change the European thinking about cybersecurity, both in terms of spending and in terms of regional cooperation?
I think it has been a real game changer. The invasion, the full scale of invasion of Ukraine by Russia, more than 2 years ago. Until recently, Europe was what I've been calling a geopolitical teenager. Very important economically, very important in trade terms, but not really caring about its own defense and so-called hard power. And now it's changing. Europe is now becoming much more assertive on that matter. Some decisions are being taken to make Europe strong from a defense point of view. Of course, in the framework of NATO, because most European Union countries are members of NATO, but inside NATO, reinforcing the so-called European identity of security and defense. The fact is that today, unfortunately, we are already in a cyber war. A lot of events confirm it. Cyber attacks coming from Russia, disinformation attacks, including sabotage, including sabotage of submarine cables, some disruption. And so hopefully we should not come to a full-scale war. That is not desirable. We should try to avoid all developments in that direction. But we have to be firm to show Mr. Putin that it's not good for him and for Russia if he continues to these provocations against European countries. And that's the sense of the decisions taken just yesterday by the European leaders in the European Council in Denmark of making, let's say, exercise of the European vulnerabilities and investing massively to avoid this kind of vulnerabilities in the future.
But there is a story of success for Ukraine in defending its systems.
And that's been studied. By the way, I've been recently in touch with some leaders of Ukraine, including military leaders that I met in a conference in UK, in fact. And it's amazing how successful the Ukrainians have been, for instance, in terms of their electronic warfare, electronic protection of their territory. Ukraine is much smaller than Russia. President Putin thought that he could take Kiev in less than 2 weeks. He said it to me once. When I was president of the Commission, I was after the invasion of Crimea. He told me that if they wanted, they could take Kiev in less than 2 weeks. As you see, it's not so easy because the Ukrainian people have shown remarkable courage and resilience. And in fact, when there is this kind of urgency, when we have a war, people develop some capabilities that they did not have before, because the sense of urgency is very important for innovation. And what Ukrainians are doing, certainly with the support of some European and Western powers, but in terms of their cybersecurity capabilities, is really impressive. I can testify to that. And by the way, we are now learning and importing from Ukraine some of that expertise.
But beyond Europe, you've been advocating the international cooperation in cybersecurity. Do you think that the international cooperation is generally possible, taking into consideration the fragmentation on the international area?
Honestly speaking, it's more difficult now because we have a fragmented world. Unfortunately, I'm a multilateralist. I will be in favor of cooperation globally, sincere cooperation. What happens today is that cybersecurity is linked to some developments in technology. And many of these technologies are dual-use technologies. They are great technologies for civilian purposes, for instance, for health. That's amazing, the progress we can achieve thanks to AI. But at the same time, they are weapons, they are technology that can be used for war. And that's why full-scale, sincere cooperation globally is difficult. We are seeing some cooperation in some regions, and we are seeing some interesting experience like this one here in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, in fact, I think from that point of view, can be called a role model, because this global cybersecurity forum that is already becoming a tradition is a space, a platform where people from all over the world, Saudi government can speak all over the world, and to have some platforms of cooperation. And there are some areas where some cooperation is possible, and we should, of course, develop those areas.
But what would be the platform for this cooperation? You have the Budapest Convention that was declared in 2004. Do you think that this could be an international platform, given that superpowers like China and Russia and India never signed it?
The problem is that with those conventions and treaties, and I'm a lawyer by training, one thing is there are countries that don't accept on the grounds of sovereignty these kind of conventions. They don't sign them or they don't ratify them when they sign it. And even after they sign and ratify, sometimes, to be frank, the level of cooperation is not ideal. So because of overall mistrust, because cyber is dealing with data. And data today is critically important from a sovereignty point and security point of view. This is why I'm skeptical, to be honest, about the success of those conventions. The Budapest Convention was there. In fact, it was a European initiative. Many countries have signed and ratified it. I think that could be a basis, but I'm skeptical about the commitment on the true implementation of those principles now.
I guess the sharing of data may be one of the hurdles for this cooperation. But could the alternative be sharing the information and sharing the data between groups, between the European group, GCC group, Asia, ASEAN?
It's already happening to some extent in Europe. We have developed that European Union. Yes, there are now formal legislation approved and implemented. There are systems of cooperation. That happens, and I believe the same can happen in regional groupings like ASEAN or the Gulf Cooperation Council. That is more likely and more realistic, because there let's say the trust among the members is certainly higher than among the biggest powers in the world now. As we see now, the United Nations Security Council is blocked, I'm afraid to say. It's blocked because some of the big powers, they simply do not accept decisions taken by the majority. They veto those decisions. So it's difficult. But maybe we should, in spite of these difficulties, we should continue to find all possible spaces of dialogue, like this one here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia.
Last question is a personal question. You've been visiting Riyadh for a long time. How are your impressions changing about Riyadh from one year to another?
I think it's modernizing a lot, development, physical development. I see every time I come here, I see more buildings, some of them with extremely nice architecture, very modern. But also what I most welcome is the change in behavior. I think now the society is much more relaxed. Young people and also women, men and women, the relationship are different. From my point of view, it's a positive development, because first time I came here, it was much more difficult, to be honest. We saw more rigid norms, and now from a societal point of view, I think there is more openness, and I certainly welcome this.
Thank you for your time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Mr. Mark Hughes, thank you for your time and for this interview. How is the IBM seeing the evolvement of the cyber threat, especially here in the Middle East?
Yeah, well, the cyber threat landscape is really getting worse, I'm afraid. Firstly, we have much more complexity happening globally in most organizations in terms of implementation of new exciting things like AI. What that means is that organizations' IT environments are getting more complex. That affords more opportunity for attackers. So the threat landscape actually is becoming more complicated, more difficult to deal with. Now, here at IBM, we produce the cost of data breach report, and that actually gives some statistics. So if we think about the Middle East, the average cost of a cyber incident in our latest report is 27 million Saudi riyals. So it gives you some idea. These are very big things when things go wrong. It costs a lot. So the threat landscape is getting more complicated, more difficult to deal with, and is very costly when things go wrong. And here in the Middle East, specifically, there's some sectors like oil and gas, for example, and energy that are targeted very heavily as well. So specifically in the Middle East, there's quite a bit that organizations have to be really aware of and really focused on to ensure that they're not victims of these types of attacks.
How do you see that, how the regulatory bodies are responding to this threat, especially in Saudi, if you have the chance to follow up this experience here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I have to say that the Saudi 2030 vision, the inspiring vision that exists here in the Kingdom, means that there's a big change in the digital infrastructure nationally. And of course, with that comes the regulation that is happening. And we see the National Cyber Authority, the NCA, and other agencies here in the Kingdom really being right at the forefront of thinking about regulations. Humane, for example, in terms of how AI is being looked at in the Kingdom. All of these things that are happening mean that the Kingdom is really thinking hard about how to get the regulation right to help businesses and to really ensure that they can then really benefit from the technical advancements that are happening and really realizing the 2030 vision. And here at IBM, we've really been working with those agencies lockstep throughout formulating the vision and really helping where we can, bringing our global expertise to ensure that those bodies, those regulatory bodies, can be right at the forefront to really enable organizations to be equipped to realize the exciting 2030 vision here in the Kingdom.
So we're going through a digital transformation. We're getting more people online. So this needs more cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. What do you think is the most urgent challenge here?
Well, here in the Kingdom, I think one of the things that's working really well, and here at IBM we're working with MCIT, for example, to increase capacity and skills. So with MCIT we're building 100,000 new skills here in the Kingdom, so really making sure that people understand not only how to, in my world, defend against the type of risks that come with, for example, things like AI, but also really making sure that those skills can be deployed to really embrace and take advantage of the new technology as well to realize the 2030 Saudi vision.
Speaking about AI, do you think it's helping or complicating this challenge?
Well, Abada, that's a great question. Both. So firstly, when it comes to attackers, we see that they are now starting to use AI tooling against us. And so a really good example of that we see, for example, is with phishing emails. So, you know, we're all used to getting phishing emails, and they used to be badly worded and everything. Now that's going away. Now we look at phishing emails. Threat actors are using AI to generate phishing emails. So that's a really small example, but a really important example where most of us can see really realistically what's happening today in terms of how attackers are using AI tools. But there's many other things that they use AI for as well. On the defensive side, it really gives us an accelerated way to deal with that complexity that I was talking about before. So what that really means is we see things like where we are deploying in IBM our agentic AI that now speeds up our ability to respond to alerts over twice as fast as we've done in the past, and to be more accurate as well. So it's really taking, with our agentic AI here at IBM, our ability to help our clients speed up, be more accurate, and stay one step ahead of the attackers. So that AI and use of it defensively is really foundational and important to defend against the type of attacks that we're seeing.
Great insights, Mr. Mark. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I know you're watching, so turn up the volume. New York City's mayor takes aim at the president during his victory speech. Not only was Zoran Mamdani a political outsider ahead of the mayoral race, he flourished during a particularly nasty smear campaign. What does his win mean for Democrats and Republicans alike? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and that debate is coming up on Counterpoints.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up in the show, I'm joined by Mike Baker, the former CIA officer and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast. He joins us to break down Trump's push to release the Epstein files, the Gaza plan vote, escalating tensions with Maduro, Iran's latest Gulf moves, the China-Taiwan security row, and Ukraine's energy sector scandal. Mike Baker, thanks so much for your time. It's a pleasure to have you back here at Arabiya English. I'd like to start off with Epstein. President Trump is pushing House Republicans to release the Epstein files. Trump himself, he has said he has nothing to hide. Is this a strategy to control the narrative?
Most definitely. And it's a strategy that they should have stuck with at the very beginning. Right? This is a bit of a self-inflicted wound here. It's not hard to understand that with all the chatter and all the talk, all the social media around the Epstein files in the relatively recent past, their first go-to should have been release it all, right? That's what the White House should have done from the very beginning. And look, Epstein was in that, it appears Epstein was in the business of trying to collect high-profile, influential contacts, right? And it doesn't appear as if he cared whether they were Democrats or Republicans, right? He was equal opportunity. So, yeah, if the Democrats imagine somehow that you know, this is all going to fall on the Republican side, I think they're seriously mistaken. But there's been so much made about this that I really don't understand why the White House from the very beginning wouldn't have said, release it all, let's get it out there.
With references to Trump in some of the emails, how risky is this politically for him?
Well, you know, I think that they're not stupid, right? They can sometimes seem a bit chaotic there at the Trump White House and in the Trump administration. But I suspect that these files have already been looked at. And so I don't think there's going to be any bombshell surprises when it comes to Trump. I don't know about any other contacts of Epstein's, but I would be surprised if after this period of time that they haven't pretty much become aware of what's in there and what's not. So I don't think there's going to be a lot here. And this is much like a lot of things that happened in Washington, D.C. So a lot of noise, a lot of talk, a lot of social media. Oh my God, this is going to ruin somebody on one side of the aisle or the other. And usually that's not the case. Usually it all fizzles out. So I'm not one of those people that thinks, you know, this is going to have some massive explosive impact on anybody, frankly.
That brings me on to my next question. Do you think the releasing of the full tranche of documents could undercover anything new, or is it mostly public already?
Yeah, I think that, look, it's not mostly public. I think there'll be a lot here that people will want to, scrub and go through. Maybe it's just because I've spent a long time, watching what happens in Washington, D.C., and I'm fairly cynical. Investigations, that's where, investigations go to die, is Washington, D.C. And so I don't know that there's going to be anything. Never say never. Maybe there's something in there that's going to, really upend things in Washington or somewhere else, wherever. Again, he was making contacts throughout the business and political world, right, as we saw from Prince Andrew's situation. So whether there's another Prince Andrew-like scandal in those files that are, probably going to be released, I have no idea. That would be speculation. But I'd go back to what I had said earlier, which is that the best thing you can do from a strategic communications perspective in a situation like this is to get full transparency, or as close to full transparency as you can.
How unusual is it for a president to publicly pressure his own party on a sensitive DOJ investigation?
Well, that's a really good question. It's an important question, too, because there's a lot of concern right now regarding the White House's influence or attempts to influence the Department of Justice. Now, the DOJ has a reputation, an image, whether it was always meeting that image or not, of being nonpartisan, of being outside of politics. Again, I'm not saying that they always have been, because clearly there have been cases where the DOJ was influenced by politics, but that was their go-to image. And the Trump administration has reportedly been pushing on that. There have been a lot of attorneys fired. There have been requests from the White House to pursue particular investigations or to drop others. So I think this is, we're in a very interesting times here in terms of the separation and the independence of the Department of Justice. In an ideal world, the DOJ is not influenced by any outside parties, by any political party or by any other influence. It's a completely independent organization. That's how it's supposed to be. But that's in the, that's in a hoped for world, and that doesn't often match up with reality.
And one question in my mind is the Democrats were in power for 4 years. They were mostly silent on this issue, and now it's very much at the top of their agenda. Is that a coincidence?
No, and you're right to point that out. That, look, nothing happens by coincidence in Washington. It's all driven by self-interest in politics. That makes me sound very cynical, but I think I'm on the right track here. So anything that they can use to try to beat Trump and the Trump administration, they'll go to, right? Sometimes without really giving it a lot of thought. And by that, I mean, there'll probably be just as many Democrat names and high-profile Democrats who Epstein was associating with as any references to Trump, right? But they're hoping for anything. And the Democrat Party right now in the U.S. is struggling. They're trying to find their footing, right? And they're trying to figure out how do they regain power. That's all that's all any political party, frankly, is interested in for the most part. So they're struggling with an identity, but their only identity recently seems to be not Trump. Go after Trump. Anything that is against the Trump administration, that seems to be their position right now and their identity. But they've got to get out of that, and they've got to figure out what they stand for, what the bulk of their base stands for, if they're going to have any hope of regaining power, either in the midterm elections or in the next presidential election.
And in terms of the mind of a former CIA agent, as you said, the focus on Trump, is this a case of Trump derangement syndrome within the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I think it is. Look, I think that, the Democrats and the Republicans, anybody who's calling for transparency, I'm all for. That's a good thing. But, there are a lot of Democrats who are doing this simply because they think it's an opportunity to push back on Trump or to score some points. Is Trump derangement syndrome real? Well, yeah, I think it is. He occupies a lot of space in the Democrats' heads, and they can't seem to get out of that. They're going to need to, though, right? I don't think that their answer, I don't think their solution for regaining power is to veer harder left, right? And it's that hard left edge of the Democrat Party that is mostly contaminated with this, if you want to call it Trump derangement syndrome, right? And it's the hard progressive left side. Now, those folks are enamored of people like Mamdani or the new mayor-elect in Seattle, who's a socialist as well. And they imagine they can, come up with a form of socialism that for once in modern history is going to work. Good luck to them if they think they can, create a socialist environment that actually succeeds, because it hasn't so far.
I'd like to move on to the next section, Gaza. The UN is set to vote on Trump's Gaza plan, including an international force and a transitional governance. What's your take on the plan?
Yeah, this is really important, and this is a very interesting development that's happening fairly quietly. But it looks like the U.S., the White House is veering towards saying, look, we can start the reconstruction without disarming or going through that disarmament process with Hamas, right? Because that was part of the 20-point peace plan. Disarm, step aside, you have no role in governance. Well, Hamas has refused to do either of those things. And in fact, evidence indicates that they have been, trying to rearm They never actually disarmed, so they're actually just building up their abilities again. They've been asserting themselves and retaking areas that the Israelis have withdrawn from. So if the U.S. administration imagines that they can go into Gaza with a reconstruction plan while Hamas is essentially still in control of significant portions of the enclave, I'm not quite sure what they're thinking. It's a strange change to the plan.
The plan hints at a future Palestinian state, which Israel strongly opposes. How could that tension affect its success?
Well, everything's affecting the potential success. This is a very fragile environment, right? You've got Hamas unwilling to disarm or to step aside in terms of governance. You've got the Israelis saying, look, the Palestinian Authority cannot and Fatah cannot play a role in governance. You've got an international concept of a stabilization force. But, again, does anyone imagine that Egypt and Qatar and UAE and others are going to send personnel into Gaza to disarm Hamas? And that's essentially what Israel's been calling for. And that was part of the plan. Was one of the jobs of the International Stabilization Force was to ensure that, not just stand there and look for peace, but to actually work to disarm terrorist elements in Gaza. There are a myriad of ways that this thing falls apart. And again, I know that makes me sound very cynical, but I tend to be a fairly pragmatic, realistic individual. Hope is a good thing. We should all, be hopeful and want the best, right? The people of Gaza deserve a much better future. But I'm also very realistic in saying that hope isn't necessarily what should drive your policies.
The draft includes creating a new Palestinian police force. How effective could that be in a territory long controlled by Hamas?
Well, that is it. You pointed to, again, this conflict that exists, that it seems like people talking about the peace plan are willing to just say, well, okay, well, that might be complicated, but let's just move forward, right? We're just going to do this. And they've talked about, ever since they started this, they've acted as if somehow Hamas, which hasn't changed its objectives and is still in lockstep with the Iranian regime, they've acted as if, yes, they're just going to comply. They're going to lay down their weapons. They're going to, agree to leave, to go to some third country. There's this concept that's been part of this peace plan that I've struggled to understand because it flies in the face of everything we've seen up till now. So the police force, look, the training of the police force, sure, you can do that. You can vet the new recruits. You can have Egypt and Jordan. Jordan is extremely good at, putting together something like this. And you can try, but as long as Hamas is in there and they don't want to give up control, and the citizens of Gaza probably aren't particularly interested in seeing Fatah or the Palestinian Authority come in, they're not particularly well liked. So I'm struggling to understand how this comes together, right? I understand that we're all hoping that it does, but again, I don't know that matches up with reality.
And how about American or allied boots on the ground? I know there's been a lot of talk about this in a camp in Gaza, but on the Israeli border. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, look, there's already sort of a U.S.-led military command structure, right, that's been set up in Israel that essentially is there to oversee or to monitor and assist with the logistics of humanitarian relief and aid supplies. But there is no chance that there would be U.S. boots on the ground inside Gaza. Right? That's just, you can never make a sure bet when it comes to, the strategy in Washington, but I think that's as close as you get to a sure bet.
Moving on to Venezuela now. Trump has ordered another strike on a narco-terrorist boat, and it's starting to look like a Cold War with Maduro is turning hot. What does this escalation signal about U.S. strategy?
Yeah, this is a massive question that exists in Washington, and people all over the world are trying to figure this out. What is the U.S. strategy for Venezuela? Is it regime change? Is it to put sufficient pressure on the regime so that Maduro steps aside? That would be ideal, right? That's what you want. Again, I don't think anybody is particularly keen on, actually moving into Venezuela in a kinetic mode with troops and, and a conflict, right? I would be surprised if that's the end result. That's not the same as saying they've identified cartel or narco trafficking facilities or structures inside Venezuela, and maybe they become a target, right? But as far as the buildup of military assets in the Caribbean and around Venezuela, I think that is definitely designed to send a message and try to influence those around Maduro to either get him to step aside or to essentially hand him over. And then the ideal, again, whether the ideal ends up matching reality, that's always the question. But the ideal would be then the opposition government, which, legitimately won the last election and Maduro stole it from them. It would be ideal to have that government come in, because the people of Venezuela, Venezuela used to be one of the wealthiest countries in the region. Now it's a basket case, thanks to Hugo Chavez and Maduro and this desire to create a socialist nirvana. So, congratulations. They've driven the country into the ground. Millions of Venezuelans have fled the country. They deserve much, much better, right? But I don't think that, going in there with boots on the ground, to take on Maduro and the Venezuelan military, I don't think that's the design here.
The U.S. is returning to jungle training in Panama for the first time in decades. Is this a coincidence?
Well, I think you can read a lot into it, and you could read into it all. There's a direct line here to the idea that they're going to move into Venezuela and conflict and remove Maduro physically through military action. Or you can look at it and say, well, yeah, if we're stepping up our counter narcotics operations in the region, which clearly we are, then that's a good move. And you want your military training in all environments. Panama used to be a prime training ground for U.S. military. So I think I'm not reading too much into that in terms of, is that connected to the next move, which could be, military maneuvers inside Venezuela to remove Maduro? I'm not really reading into that. I think the goal here is to get Maduro to the point where he says, I can't, obviously I can't stay in power, or his close advisors, to make that decision for him.
Moving on to the Strait of Hormuz now. Iran has seized a petrochemical tanker in the Gulf amid rising tensions. What message are they trying to send?
Yeah, that's a really interesting development. They've been relatively quiet over the past year and a half, 2 years in terms of seizing ships. It used to be a little bit more common for the Iranians to do this. But I think what they're probably doing is messaging and saying, look, we're still out here. We still control this incredibly important strategic waterway where, a 20% more of the world's oil transits on a daily basis. So I think the Iranian regime and the IRGC are probably trying to remind the world that they can do this. And anytime they do seize a ship in this area, it has immediate impact on global markets.
And Iran is facing a generational drought. Can you give some context of the importance of this drought domestically in Iran?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. This is a really important story. This is impacting in particular the citizens of Tehran. Millions and millions of people facing a catastrophic, really, water shortage. And the Iranian regime has been trying to handle this right? Because this is a basic need, obviously, of people. And the thing that the mullahs and the IRGC fear the most, obviously, is an uprising from inside. And there's, no easier way to lose control of the population than to run out of water and food. So this is a result of decades of mismanagement on the Iranian government's side. Obviously, a drought plays into it, but they have mismanaged this so badly over the years, and part of that is a corruption problem that now the citizens of Tehran and Mashhad, they're facing this catastrophic problem. They're rationing water even as we speak. They're talking about this could they could run out in the next week or week and a half. Masoud Pezeshkian, the president, has talked about, well, maybe we need to relocate the capital. So I'm glad you brought this up because this has flown under the radar.
One has to question the timing as well. The Strait of Hormuz handles a fifth of global oil transport. Is this Iran's show of strength amid a domestic crisis or a distraction?
I think it's a distraction. I think they're looking for anything to deflect from what they're facing internally. Right? Again, look, they all, whether you're talking about the mullahs of Iran, whether you're talking about Putin, whether you're talking about Xi Jinping, the thing that or Maduro, what do they fear? Well, they fear losing power by losing control of the population. And so typically people, despots or people running countries like that are authoritarian or autocratic, they always go to an outside boogeyman, right? When things get tough internally. So I think this is part of that messaging, is to try to distract from what's happening inside Iran.
Moving on to China now. What was the row over the Prime Minister of Japan, Takayashi's comments about a Chinese attack on Taiwan could trigger a Japanese response? How has China reacted?
Well, Beijing took real exception to the Japanese Prime Minister's comments recently when she, basically said that a Chinese move on Taiwan would be seen by Japan as a survival issue, right? And, would prompt potentially a military response. So China did what they always do when they feel as if somebody's, in their words, meddling in their internal affairs. They have a show of force. And in this case, they sailed part of their Coast Guard past what the Japanese call the Senkaku Islands, which are disputed islands that the Chinese also claim. The Chinese call them something different, the Diaoyu Islands. So basically, the Chinese are rattling their saber in response to those comments. They actually, protested to the Japanese ambassador. They called the ambassador in. And it's not uncommon. This is kind of their pattern of behavior, but it's another indication of just how tense things are in that region. And in particular between China and Japan.
And Taiwan is so crucially important for the West's access to chips for data centers, for AI, for electronics. The US is surely monitoring the situation closely.
Absolutely, yeah. The U.S. pays a great deal of attention to anything related to Taiwan. Look, the Chinese regime, Xi Jinping is basically saying the Japanese comments from, Sanae Takaichi, the Japanese prime minister, that just shows that Japan is towing the U.S. line and they're trying to contain China's rise. Xi Jinping is convinced that China should be at the top of the food chain. That's basically where he's going with this. And he also believes that there's no reason why Taiwan should not be back in the fold, right, of the mainland. And that's his goal. Now, whether that's accomplished through kinetic action against Taiwan, whether it's economic pressure and action against Taiwan, that's something that is being gamed out everywhere right now. Everybody's interested in what's going to happen here. The timeline, nobody knows. I've talked to people who are extremely well briefed on all of this, and they believe we could be looking at 2028 in terms of a move of some sort, and however that would look. Part of this is how long does Xi Jinping have in power? right? And is he willing to walk off into the sunset without moving on Taiwan? So there's a lot of elements here that people are trying to figure out. But every time there's an incident like this, whether it's between Japan and China, or whether the Chinese military flies more aircraft into Taiwanese airspace to test their defenses or just to send a message, it's just another reminder that we've got this flashpoint that exists, that the policy of strategic ambiguity over the years isn't going to work. At some point, we've got to figure out what is our response if China moves on Taiwan.
Just lastly, Mike, we're going to move on to Ukraine. $100 million embezzled in Ukraine's energy sector, with several implicated close to Zelensky. How much does this hurt his credibility and complicate anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine?
This corruption issue in Kyiv right now, related to their energy sector, a $100 million reportedly kickback scheme, is a real problem for Zelensky, and he's acting like it. Right? He's moving on this very quickly because he understands how damaging this could be. Right? He's out there asking constantly for foreign aid, billions of dollars in aid and resources. He cannot afford to be tied closely to a scandal like this. And the problem is that one of his ex-business associates and business partners, a guy named Timur Mindich, who's now fled Ukraine, is supposedly, reportedly anyway, according to the Anti-Corruption Bureau there in Kyiv, kind of at the heart of this scandal. So this is a real problem that people should be watching and paying attention to, because it will impact undoubtedly how the EU and how the US view their assistance to Ukraine.
And just about Mindich, he fled hours before he was meant to be arrested. He was surely tipped off.
Yeah, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, yeah, I think if he took off, in fact, if the reporting is accurate, and he took off hours before the anti-corruption authorities showed up at his residence, yeah, that's a clue, right? You don't have to be, Poirot to see that. So somehow he got wind of this, and I'm sure they're, digging into that as well as all the other elements of this. But again, this is in a very sensitive time. And Zelensky, it does appear like Zelensky understands it this time. He kind of blundered into a self-inflicted wound recently when he tried to take more government control of these anti-corruption elements within the government. That was an incredibly stupid move, and he walked that back. But this time around, it appears as if he understands how aggressive he has to be in trying to show that he's cleaning house.
And just briefly, Mike, the war is grinding on to another winter. Are we any closer to a peace agreement?
No, is the short answer. Are we any closer to a peace agreement? Not that anyone can see. Putin doesn't appear to be interested at this stage in an off-ramp. Don't think he sees an upside to it.
Is it because he's winning? Is it because he's winning?
I do believe that Putin thinks that he is, in a way, winning. And part of it may be that he doesn't see a way to get out of it, right? And that's different than saying he thinks he's losing. He may well want to wrap this up, right? It is costing his economy enormously, right? His energy infrastructure is taking a beating just from the homegrown Ukrainian ability to strike deeper inside Russia with their drone efforts and their homegrown missile systems. So, it may be that Putin wants to get out of it. He just doesn't see how that works without losing an enormous amount of face here and potential support from the Russian population.
We're just out of time. Mike Baker, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, man. Take care.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies
in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I know you're watching, so turn up the volume. New York City's new mayor takes aim at the president during his victory speech. Not only was Zoran Mamdani a political outsider ahead of the mayoral race, he flourished during a particularly nasty smear campaign. What does his win mean for Democrats and Republicans alike? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The youngest in more than a century, the first Muslim and the first of South Asian descent. New York City Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani made a lot of history on Tuesday night. What's harder to quantify about this particular mayoral race, however, is if we've ever seen one quite so ugly. The smear campaigns and personal attacks were relentless and often came directly from the White House. And yet, Mamdani managed to turn it all into points of pride.
The conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
In reality, the office of mayor has limited power, and yet Mamdani's victory is being talked about as if it could reshape American politics. Some analysts argue it was a litmus test for President Trump and MAGA politics, and both were found wanting. Others say it could forge a new path for the Democrats. Coming up on Counterpoints, we'll ask how Zoran Mamdani overcame these negative campaigns and won. If the mayoral race was in part a referendum on President Trump, and can one man really revive the flagging fortunes of the left? Joining the discussion is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large of Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Stephen Burnell is back with us, a YouTuber and political commentator, also known online as Destiny. And rounding out our panel is Amani Al-Khattatba, an author, activist and founder of MuslimGirl.com. Thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. The election of Zoran Mamdani as mayor of New York City has gained huge attention, and not just in the US, internationally as well. And part of that has to do with just how divisive and at times nasty this campaign was. Some of the commentary throughout the race framed Mamdani as a terrorist and a radical threat. He himself called it at times Islamophobic. Issues far from New York City, such as the Israel-Hamas war, were pulled into the conversation. But by and large, Mamdani stuck to his messaging on primarily the cost of living crisis and the rental market. Josh, let's start with you, because I know that you're not a Mamdani fan. Josh, why do you think he won, despite this negative campaign that was run against him? How did he turn it around?
Well, look, I mean, Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, or he was a Democratic nominee for mayor in a city where roughly 66% of registered voters are Democrats. So one might make an argument that the mayoral race really was won in the Democratic primary. And part of the issue back then was that there was a fractured field. Andrew Cuomo, for what it's worth, even going back to the Democratic primary, and Cuomo both in the primary and in the general was Mamdani's leading opponent, Cuomo ran what can best, at best, let's call it kind of a mediocre campaign, a deeply uninspired campaign. This is someone who was a former governor of New York. His father, Mario Cuomo, was a governor back decades ago. He was attempting this later in life political comeback. His heart, frankly, never really seemed to be in it. He never came to terms with his handling of the COVID-19 crisis, never apologized for the whole nursing home scandal. So he ran a really awful campaign in both the primary and the general. The other element here is that Zohran Mamdani was backed by the DSA, by the Democratic Socialists of America, who have, for better or for worse, I would argue for worse as a conservative, but the DSA has a phenomenal turnout machine in terms of actually getting their activists to the polls, and that's very much what they did in New York City. There's a lot of number crunching that can be said about that as well. If you look at where Zohran Mamdani actually got his supporters, including on Election Day itself, a lot of them came from religiously unaffiliated voters, recent folks who moved to New York City in the past 5 years. He wins a shockingly high percentage of folks who just moved to New York City in the past 5 years. By contrast, you look at folks who are born in New York City, been there for decades. They actually, Cuomo actually got their support there. So you can start to see really how he carried this coalition. In some ways, it kind of superficially resembles the 2008 Barack Obama coalition, but he won. He won fair and square.
Amani, was it sealed in the primary? Is it just that Cuomo lost it rather than Mamdani won it?
I think Zohran Mamdani really won and earned every single vote that was cast for him. I think the difference is very obvious with the discrepancy in the polling numbers, but truly, I mean, we've seen the largest voter turnout in New York since the past 60 years. And he's the first mayoral candidate in 60 years to get over 1 million votes. So he surely led a platform that inspired people. And a study just came out this morning that actually one of the main policy positions that made him so tremendously popular was his position on Israel and Palestine. It was because of the fact that he is a public figure that is not afraid to say that our country, our states, want to abide by international law. And this reflects the majority opinion of the majority of the American public right now. So it is no surprise whatsoever that he was able to inspire newcomers to come out to the polls, families, community members, that some who have never even voted before, to come out and vote for him because they finally heard something new, something that represents them. And not only did it inspire people locally to support him, but also, as you said, across the entire country. I wouldn't be surprised if this inspired a new wave, a new generation of new Democratic leaders that want to step up and want to take leadership on. And we've also seen it resonate globally as well. You know, last night, all throughout for us, it was nighttime, but all around the world, the news of Mamdani's win echoed and people were out celebrating it. And so I think that truly is a marker that this is a new chapter that the public is demanding us to enter.
We're going to come into a breakdown on what it means for Republicans, what it means for the Democrats as we move on in the debate. So I'm going to pick up on those points a little bit later on. But Stephen, let me bring you in. What do you make of Amani's comments there? In particular, do you think he was boosted by his very outspoken stance with regard to the Israel-Hamas conflict?
I feel like everybody's over-indexing on the parts of his election that they feel the strongest about. So people on the very far left think that it's because of his position on Israel-Palestine. And I'm sure that energized especially younger voters, you know, a bit more. People on the right are attacking him for all sorts of crazy reasons that I don't think are very relevant to why he's winning. Him being a socialist or communist or a radical Islamic jihadist that, you know, I've heard. I feel like my analysis is a lot more crude or boring. Like, I look at the two campaigns. I feel like Cuomo's was relatively uninspired. I'm probably quite a bit to the right of Mamdani when it comes to economics. There's a lot of his policy that I don't really like, but I thought his ads were really funny. Like, it almost felt like I was watching like a guest star on The Daily Show. He seems like a funny dude. I like listening to all of his speeches. He seems like he's been pretty above board with all of his campaign stuff, whereas the attacks against him I felt have been pretty unhinged from Cuomo and from the Republican establishment. at large. And I mean, New York City is a pretty left-leaning voting population. So once he secured the primary, I feel like it was pretty unlikely that he was going to lose in the general. So yeah, that's just how I view it. I think he ran a good campaign. I think he deserved to win.
I would have to really push back on that. You know, I don't think that it really is over-indexing when every single interview, every single debate stage that Zahran went on, he was compelled to make a comment on Gaza and Israel. In fact, that was the number one thing even that mainstream media wanted to hear him speak on, even though he was running for mayor of New York City. And so he was really pushed to be vocal about his position on this issue. I would say that it even dominated the majority of the sound bites and the airwaves surrounding his campaign. And people liked what they heard. He represented, I mean, like I said, this really isn't, science over here. It's fact that this is what the majority of Americans want to see in terms of us abiding by international law, in terms of us ending our funding of a genocide, of us, starving the American people in order for us to drop bombs for another country on the other side of the world. These are all common sense issues, common sense positions that the majority of Americans feel right now and feel strongly because of how badly our economy is hurting. So it makes perfect sense why Zahran became as popular as he did.
Josh, what do you think?
I mean, in nationwide polling, just real quick, in nationwide polling, like the Israel-Palestine conflict, ranks is pretty low. I think it's like 6% of voters rank it as a top 3 issue. I'm sure it's nice for people to hear it and they feel a certain type of way about it, but I don't think these are the primary drivers for why people were going out to vote. I think that it did dominate the airwaves because a lot of people like to talk about this particular issue, but I would say that's a failure of Cuomo more than anything else. At the end of the day, the New York City mayor is not really doing anything with regards to our stance on Israel-Palestine. He's not going to be able to influence, funding for Israel or, bringing an end to anything going on over there. So I don't see it being as relevant to the majority of New York voters. Again, maybe younger people, it's a thing that they like more about him. But absent this issue, I'm not sure if I feel like, younger voters, new transplants, or everybody else would have been like, oh, I think Cuomo is definitely our guy now. The Mamdani guy, if he's not talking about Israel-Palestine, that's not what I want in my mayor. I feel like his messaging was pretty big on other economic issues, tabletop issues, talking about the funding for the public transportation, stuff related to rent control of the grocery stores. As much as I might disagree with it, the big focus on cost of living is getting really expensive. We need to do something about it. And then making it this, a fun message that was entertaining to watch and everything, I think was the big drivers of his campaign.
Okay, let me bring in Josh. What's your take on that? Was he put in a position where he needed to justify perhaps his faith as a Muslim being asked about the Israel-Hamas conflict, or was it a ploy to get more voters out, or do you think that it wasn't an issue at all?
I think it was a side issue at best. This is an issue that the media was infatuated about for the very simple reason that the media is generally infatuated about all conflicts in the Middle East, especially one that involve Jews. There is a large Jewish population in New York City. It's the largest Jewish population of any city outside of the state of Israel across the world. So there were various reasons why the media was interested in sound bites on this, but this was an ancillary issue at best, I think, in this election. And again, we're still waiting on some more exit polling data there. But in an election like New York City, it really is those bread and butter economic issues, I think, that are top concerns. And he did talk about this a lot. He talked about economic issues a lot on the campaign trail. He talked about it arguably more than any slew of issues there. He talked about all kind of the entire slate of far left AOC style Democratic Socialist of America issues. He talked about defunding the police, but it seems to me like his basic socialist pitch on economics is really what carried the day. Again, I think a lot of folks are overinterpreting this, but New York City, to kind of give the number again, roughly 66% of registered voters in New York City are registered Democrats. It is a very blue city in a light blue state. And if you win the Democratic primary, you're going to be in good shape to win the general election. I think it's basically that simple. Just a quick response, though, to some of what I heard earlier. The notion that Zohran Mamdani's individual stances on the Israel-Hamas conflict, that this is something that the American people agree with or are clamoring for, I think is completely, utterly asinine. The overwhelming majority of American people do not agree with Zohran Mamdani's consistent, repeated refusal to condemn the clearly anti-Semitic expression to globalize the Intifada. The American people are not with him on that. The American people are not with him in talking about what has happened in Gaza the past few years as a genocide or apartheid. We have polling on this. So, sound bites are nice, kind of talking out of your rear end is nice, but we actually have polling polling on this. And the American people are consistently not with Mamdani on these issues, but a very left-leaning city like New York City, they're not necessarily going to come out in droves to oppose him on those issues. For what it's worth, Jewish New Yorkers actually voted against Mamdani at an even higher percentage than Catholic New Yorkers or Protestant New Yorkers. Mamdani actually lost literally all of those religious subgroups. Cuomo carried all three of those categories, Protestants, Catholics, and Jews alike. He just ends up dominating the religiously unaffiliated, who apparently are a plurality or perhaps even a majority of New Yorkers these days.
Amani?
I mean, Josh, you probably know a lot about talking out of one's behind, but I do want to say that obviously mainstream media had a tremendous interest in Zohran's position on Israel and Palestine, because we all know that lobbyists have Congress on payroll. And one of the strongest lobbies in the country is paying for our representatives to sponsor this genocide
AIPAC is the 199th
that Israel is carrying out on our name. And
what are your thoughts on
genocide,
National Iranian Council?
And once again, genocide. This is an issue that has been deemed a genocide by virtually every global human rights organization in the world.
Do you want to go down the rabbit hole?
So to say that this is an issue that's of
I'm actually a lawyer. I actually know what
genocide is. We're not going to get too deep into that issue, because that's an issue for another day, whether or not, because we need to focus on the election itself.
And listen. And to respond to that, if I may complete my point, I mean, Josh's reaction is exactly why Cuomo lost. I mean, Josh represents an outdated political system. Cuomo's biggest failure was the fact that he thought he could rely on that establishment, on those established lobbyist ties, just like Josh thinks that the American public is still dumb enough to hear the talking points of these lobbyists and for us to actually believe them. That's not the case anymore, and I think this election reflects that. Cuomo's biggest failure was not only relying on relying on the establishment and his existing ties, but also on spurring anti-Muslim sentiment and weaponizing Zohran's religious identity against him. He, again, using the same playbook as the one that Josh is relying on right now heavily, he thought that he could really depend on racism, honestly, just racism, and people hating Muslims and hating Arabs and equating all Arabs with South Asians, with Zohran, with brown people, with an other, with an abstract enemy that perpetuated 9/11, that somehow this Indian Muslim with the Ugandan citizenship is somehow connected to, if you were listening to what mainstream media had to say. That was Cuomo's biggest failure, because New Yorkers said, we are done. We are done with that outdated playbook, and we are over the racism, the Islamophobia of the past, and it does not work on us anymore.
Stephen, what do you think? Is the idea of this negative campaign, this accusations of being a communist, an anti-Semite, anti-American, are people just sick of that kind of campaign, and that is why we saw Mamdani being able to show that he was different in that regard?
My take on this is very boring. I'm going back to what I said before. I think that he did really well on messaging on economic issues, and I think it was really entertaining to watch. I think it basically boils down to that. I think all these other conversations are a massive waste of time. I blame the Republican establishment for the past 3 decades, and especially MAGA, for reducing every single conversation to basically the dumbest possible talking point. And there are so many great criticisms that you can make relating to Mamdani's policies. I think that there are great arguments you can make against strict price controls and the distortionary impacts that they have on markets. I think that there are so many great things that you can say, like, should the mayor of New York say that he would arrest Netanyahu if he comes in? Like, that's kind of a weird statement. But instead, the conservatives are hyper fixated on, and I just want to say, somebody who spent a lot of time traveling in Europe, to come back and to see conservatives look at Mamdani and call this guy like a radical Muslim is just the most unbelievably stupid thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I almost wish he would show up with, 5 girlfriends and burqas and just start chanting Islamic prayers, just because of how unhinged the conservatives become over it. I just think it's ridiculous. And I wish that we could have more conversations, I guess, about the actual issues that are facing New Yorkers for the city of New York. Obviously, I don't even live in New York, so I don't even have a direct investment in that. But I think that a large part of our media diet now, and a large part of the media atmosphere, is just unhinged personal attacks. And I think the MAGA movement and the Republicans in general for the past several decades have played into that heavily. And that's why we're having conversations on if he's like a radical Islamist or if he's a communist or a socialist or whatever else, instead of discussing any policy oriented stuff. I think it's a huge disservice to all Americans.
Mm-hmm. All right, Josh, respond to that. The failings of maybe attacking the man, the player, and not the game.
Well, I mean, there's some truth in that. I mean, on the one hand, and on the other hand, I hate to say it, but there are many Americans, many people who vote in major elections, like the New York City mayoral election, who don't necessarily care for a highly wonkery public policy debate. I have learned this myself in any number of my public debates on debate stages as well. Oftentimes emotional appeal ends up carrying the day over facts, logic, reason, and so forth. I very much wish that were not the case, by the way, as someone who very much cares about public policy and law and logic and reason. I very much wish that carried the day. It doesn't often carry the day. I will just say this. I will say that the guy who, if you go back in the social media feed, has quite literally quoted Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto, the guy who literally began his victory speech last night with a quotation from Eugene Debs, the 5-time Socialist Party of America presidential candidate. It seems to me like it is not a particularly wild stretch to call that guy a socialist, communist, whatever you want to call him. I think a prior generation of Americans wouldn't have even batted an eyelash to recognize him as such. I don't personally think that he is a radical Islamist, for what it's worth. I don't think that he is a covert Muslim Brotherhood agent or anything like that. I do think that he has outrageous views on most Middle East geopolitical related issues, which really should not, again, be involved at all in a municipal election in New York City. It's completely and utterly irrelevant. So I wish that it weren't a factor, because if I were a New Yorker, I would be outraged if my conversation were taking place on this terrain and not my actual bread and butter economics, my NYPD funding, things that actually matter to my day-to-day life there. I totally agree with Destiny on all of that. But
how much of an issue do you think it is, Josh, that one of the richest, most iconic, influential cities, the heart of capitalism in the US, is now going to have a socialist mayor?
Yeah, I think it's horrific. I think it's an absolute abomination. I mean, as someone who grew up in the broader New York City area, I grew up in the suburbs there. Most of my family still lives in the broader area. I personally left when I was 18 years old and never looked back. I'm not a big fan of New York, but I think it's a total mess, because New York is the largest, most important city in America still to this day. And it's really the largest, it's really the most important city in the Western world still to this day when it comes to finances, when it comes to the arts, to culture, to high fashion. I mean, there's so many ways from a human capital, financial capital, and social capital perspective that what happens in New York City doesn't stay in New York City, but very much spills out to the entire country and very much across the world. I think you're going to see massive exoduses of businesses, of capital, of human beings. There were already indications that some of these suburban counties around New York City, for instance, Nassau County, which is the first county in Long Island, just east of Queens, in Nassau County, real estate prices have actually already begun to spike due to people fleeing the incoming zoopocalypse, so to speak. Certainly in Florida, where I live, there are a lot of prospective first-time home purchasers, such as myself, who are very much already thinking about what it's going to mean for our housing market here in Florida. I think you're going to be looking at potentially iconic New York institutions. I mean, major banks, major media companies, major fashion outlets, who potentially might actually have to move out if this guy is capable of doing and able to execute half of his wild radical agenda. The silver lining is that there are real potential stops in place when it comes to the New York City Council, when it comes to Governor Hochul, when it comes to the legislature in Albany there. We will see if any of those stops actually end up happening and preventing his radical takeover agenda.
I don't know Josh's position on his radio show, but I'm not going to say that he's MAGA or conservative, but I will say that I'm a huge free market guy. I do believe in a lot of government intervention in certain areas. I just think you have to recognize that there's an impact when the government intervenes on things. That being said, I find the complaints about socialism in New York City to be entirely hollow when all of these same conservatives, maybe not Josh, when all of these other same conservatives seem to be clapping for Donald Trump taking like the U.S. government equity stake in Intel at 10%, or the U.S. government having a golden share in U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel in that merger. The idea that sometimes socialism is okay when I guess the Republicans are doing it is very strange to me. And I feel like they were completely and utterly silent when it came to that. But the mayor of New York City having positions on things is somehow a worse form of socialism. It's especially scary because on the left, One of my big criticisms of Zoran is I do think that he's really far left on a lot of economic policy, but liberals and people on the left tend to follow the laws and the restrictions in place. So I'm not really worried about him doing some crazy takeover. Whereas on the right, there's just an absolute and utter disregard for rule of law, rule by law, and they will do whatever they can in whatever corrupt measure to enforce whatever kind of will they have. And I would say that Trump's 10% equity stake in Intel, the U.S. government stake in Intel, and then the U.S. government golden share in U.S. Steel, those are incredibly crazy anti-capitalist, socialist-ish kind of deals.
Amani, are we about to see a flee of people from New York City?
I think it's really funny that whenever we have policies that put the American people first, suddenly there's this scramble, this fear of, oh my God, we're losing the country. New York City is falling, Out of all of the cultural capitals that Josh rattled off just now, he forgot a really major one, which is that New York City is also a diplomatic capital in the world, right? It's the base of the UN headquarters of the United Nations. So Zohran does have a very influential position as the mayor of New York City. And what we're seeing right now really is the emergence of class divide, right? I think the fact that Trump endorsed Cuomo, MAGA endorsed Cuomo, a Democrat, tells you everything you need to know about where people like Cuomo, people like Josh Hammer fall on the side of that class divide and who they're really fighting for. Actually, in fact, I think Josh isn't even looking at that class divide from the perspective of the American people. He's really looking at it through the perspective of what's best for Israel. That's the only way that Josh really looks at American policies.
There's one person on the show who is literally talking nonstop about the Middle East, and it's not me. I'm talking about the issues that actually matter to the median New Yorker. I'm talking about the economy, NYPD crime.
Because
you are taking every single conversation back to your
bespoke, you are, Josh, because you want to ignore the elephant in the room.
Something that has no relevance whatsoever to the median New Yorker. You have the audacity. You have the audacity to say that I am the one obsessed. You are the one who won't shut up about it. So
we can talk over each other all day. Excuse me, Josh. Anyone can do a preliminary Google search of everything that you've been saying about Zohran Mamdani over the past several months, and they've entirely revolved around your fixation on what's best for Israel. And the fact that Zohran said that he would arrest a war criminal like Netanyahu, who has an active arrest warrant out for him, yes, that did tremendously work in his favor. It actually was one of his most popular talking points. Because New York City is a diplomatic capital in the world. And we just had a UN General Assembly.
Okay, we're going to let Josh respond because then we need to move on to our next segment. So
is this normal to talk over? No, I'm sorry. I find it quite telling that Josh has no problem speaking over the only woman on the panel. You can't let me finish a sentence. And I don't know if it's because of the lack of respect or your inability to actually answer
to the points that you've made against him, so that we can move on to our next
I didn't complete my points, but go ahead.
Okay, we can come back to them. Josh, we need to keep moving on. Respond to the points that Amani has made, and then we're going to move on to a Republican focus.
Well, she really didn't make any points. But, I mean, the notion that Mamdani's vow to arrest Bibi Netanyahu due to the ICC had any impact and moved the needle in this
tremendously popular,
preposterous. And that is something that she finds, I guess, in her WhatsApp chats, in her blue-checked online YouTube, Twitter circle, whatever there. The notion that there was any New Yorker outside of the hardcore base of the DSA that was voting on the issue as to whether or not Netanyahu will be arrested for landing at JFK Airport is nuts. They were voting primarily on
Josh, you're from Florida. What in the world do you know about what New Yorkers want?
We need to keep moving on.
They were voting on inflation.
I'm really sorry, but you didn't ask him to stop and let me finish when he was interrupting me, so I think that I should be able to.
Matter, not this individual panelists on this show's bespoke foreign policy issue that has no relevance to the day-to-day New York.
Okay, I'm going to move us
on
to
a random man from Florida that wants
the box of nuclear weapons to Jerusalem, and he needs to say, okay, Israelis, Palestinians, negotiate peace. Whoever comes closer to actually reaching, is willing to get more concessions. If the other side doesn't and they can't reach a deal, they give the other side the nukes and they blow them up, okay? Because I cannot wait until we stop talking about Israel-Palestine in my goddamn country, okay? It's the mayoral election of New York City. Who cares? You can't even enact ICC warrants. Even the United States can't. We're not even Rome Statute signatories. Who cares about the friggin' Israel-Palestine? It's a New York City mayoral election.
Weren't you...
Okay. we need to keep moving
Destiny,
this on. We cannot get bogged down into an Israel-Palestine debate. Amani, I'm going to have to interrupt you there because we need to keep going on.
They're putting their phones away before they commit them.
We need to keep moving on, Amani. So I'm going to move us on.
Israeli news channel
Stephen?
just for that piece of advice. Yeah.
Thanks very much. I'm going to keep us moving on to focus specifically on the implications of this election because it's a local race, but it's a local race for control of one city. An important city, no doubt, but a mayoral race nonetheless. However, it is the first general vote since President Trump retook the White House, so it is symbolic in value. That can't be denied. We saw Democratic governor wins in Virginia and New Jersey. Gavin Newsom's redistricting proposal got through in Victoria. So it has led a lot of people to say that this was and always was going to be a litmus test for the Republican Party. Stephen, I'm going to bring you in here first. Was this a referendum on President Trump as much as it was about local politics?
I hope so. I think that for the first time, we're finally seeing, especially through Gavin Newsom, like Democrats putting forth a positive position. It's not just attacking the right. It's not just standing in opposition to some of the insane stuff that Trump is doing, which they should be, but it's having actual figures for us to rally around. I just think contrasting the behavior of Gavin Newsom to Greg Abbott and the way that Congress basically passed, by decree to Abbott, hey, you can go and mess up all your districts now. And then, they just on their state assembly, they're like, oh, okay, we're just going to go ahead and redistrict everything. For Newsom to go, that's not okay. We don't accept that. We're going to do it here in California, and we're going to do it via a public referendum to our own citizens that initially started off as unpopular because the initial thing when that was floated was like, I don't know if the Democrats can do the redistricting, for California. It's built into the Constitution. They're going to have to pass a referendum, and that's not very popular right now. And to carry that through to fruition and then to see nationwide in Virginia, we see Democrats are winning, moderate Democrats are winning, sometimes up big. That's good. We saw Mamdani win in New York, despite Trump trying to, support Cuomo. Yeah, I think it's good for Democrats. I hope it's, pointing good towards the midterms for us, assuming Donald Trump lets us hold those elections in a free and fair manner.
Amani, was this a litmus test for Trump and for MAGA popularity?
I think it was a tremendous litmus test. It shows truly that, MAGA is doubling down on the racism and the bigotry and the white supremacy, quite frankly. And it is going to be a reckoning for the Democratic Party. I think Zaharan's race has proven that if the Democrats don't catch up, they're going to keep losing seats and the party itself is going to be left behind. If there is going to be that reckoning, if there is going to be a pendulum swing, back to sanity in this country, it's not going to come from the Democratic Party. That's not where our salvation is going to be. It's going to be coming from the people. The people are going to be organizing. The people are going to be protesting more. They're going to be taking to the streets more. And especially if the economy keeps going down the way that it is right now, it's going to get I think it's going to force the hand of a lot of our leaders to actually own up to a lot of their policy decisions and answer to the demands that the people are making.
Josh, is this going to reverberate to the White House? Is this a commentary on how the president has run his first year back in office?
I think it's impossible to avoid that conclusion to an extent. The emphasis should be on to an extent. We're talking here about a mayoral election, albeit an extremely important one, and then a couple of gubernatorial elections in light blue states, New Jersey and Virginia, albeit the margin in all three of those races, the mayoral race and the two gubernatorial elections, those margins were all higher than the polls predicted, certainly higher than I predicted as well. So on the one hand, I would be cautious of overly interpreting and overly extrapolating. But yes, I think it is certainly fair to an extent to conclude that Republicans have some work to do. I mean, not just the Trump administration, but Republicans in general there. Because take us back to our earlier conversation. Again, it is my thesis that the reason that Zohran Mamdani won this election, in addition to being the Democratic candidate in a very Democrat city, is that he did, contrary to one of my co-panelists' assertions, he did emphasize to the, not the exclusion, but over above any other issue, he emphasized economic issues. Again, I think his stances on those issues are nuts, but he talked over and over again on his various economic policies and proposals there. And I think that it is incumbent on Republicans to realize that unfortunately, the Republican Party, which is in the midst of kind of this generational rebrand, presenting itself as more of a middle and working class party, a rebrand that I have personally very much encouraged. I've written thousands of words on this about various policies and this and that there, but they are still viewed, I think, by many of the American people as still being the party of the upper class. And Democrats still have this kind of vestigial cachet when it comes to being the party of the proverbial little guy. And Republicans have a lot of work to do when it comes to building trust, when it comes to fighting inflation, boosting wages, reshoring jobs, things like that. So those are all the various bread and butter issues that I hope the Republicans are able to double down on in the year ahead until the November 2026 midterms.
Amani, President Trump threatened to withhold additional federal funds to New York other than the very minimum required if Mamdani was to win. Is that an abuse of power, and is that going to play exactly into Mamdani's playbook of standing up to power?
Power grab, Donald Trump has been holding federal funding hostage from states to politicize the reason why he's providing funding that they are entitled to. And so it comes as no surprise to anybody, but I will say that I was there last night at Zaharan's victory party when the results came in. And during his victory speech, when he said to Trump, turn the volume up louder, the entire room went into a roar. And you know that this is the precipice of a MAGA showdown. And the people are ready for it. I don't think that New York is intimidated by any threats from Donald Trump whatsoever. If anything, they're going to hold down the fort and really lead by example for the rest of the country of what it looks like when we really fight for our rights.
Josh, if President Trump does stick to what he says there, is that going to backfire on the Republicans? Is that just going to be seen as exactly what Mamdani is trying to fight against?
Is what going to backfire exactly?
If he withholds federal funding from New York purely because the candidate that he doesn't like won the election.
Well, that's not why he would withhold federal funds. I mean, to be clear, if that is the literal stipulated reason, then yes, he would deserve backlash, and I'm sure that backlash would happen. But when presidents, including this president, talk about the possibility of withholding federal funds when it comes to DOJ grants, there typically those funds are done because those funds come with strings attached to them, and there are various things that local departments can't do. So I mean, not to go full legal nerd, but there's actually a whole body of constitutional precedent on this. There's a 1987 case called South Dakota versus Dole, which really elaborates on the exact nexus.
But all that aside, he did say, I'm not going to send good money after bad. I'm not going to give them any more than the minimum if Mamdani wins. He said it. He's not saying, I'm going to wait and see how he spends the money.
Yeah, this is typical Trumpian rhetorical flourish. This is how the man communicates, both in real life and on his Truth Social feed. And then it's up to Attorney General Pam Bondi and the various lawyers to actually put that into constitutionally permissible legal practice. So, for instance, if you're talking about DOJ grants to local police departments, it would be constitutional under the South Dakota versus Dole precedent and other precedents. It would be constitutional to withhold DOJ grants for local police departments if those local police departments do not do anything to assist ICE, immigration enforcement operations, or things like that. All of that is perfectly constitutional, and that, I think, would be the way to actually translate that Trumpian impulse into practice.
Mamdani's also...
I'd like to jump in here.
Just to be clear on that, this is not an ordinary state of affairs. There's no other president that has ever played games with, especially FEMA funds in the way that Trump has, and there is absolutely no legal permissibility for Trump to do the things that he does. I don't know where this idea comes from, that these are just Trump rhetorical flourishes. I think you could have gotten away with that in Trump term 1, but Trump has enacted through multiple ways playing illegal games with FEMA funds and doing illegal things as president of the United States. The idea that it's Pam Bondi's job to put these into legally permissible actions is a joke. The administration, is fighting more legal battles in their first year than some presidents have fought in the entire 4 years or 8 years that they've been president.
A lot of those started by the judicial insurrection.
More started by what?
By rogue lower court judges. I mean, Jeb Boasberg in D.C., Judge McConnell in Massachusetts. I mean, depends on
I'm not sure what country you're from. I'm from the United States of America, and those are federally appointed judges. You don't get to call them a rogue judge.
I'm actually a ruling you don't like.
And what you do is you appeal.
I'm talking about here.
Oh, then in that case, then you know better, and you shouldn't.
If I can jump in and just simplify this,
administration.
And
I just want to be to be clear. Biden, no other
basic terms,
one at a time. Amani, hold that
bigger picture.
Destiny, Stephen, finish your point there. I'm going to hand it to Amani. Finish your point there, Stephen.
Trump did not say, I'm going to pull the strings on funding to New York City if they are using funds in ways which are impermissible based on current guidelines of the DOJ. Trump said that he didn't want to allow funds to New York City in an attempt to threaten or blackmail voters into making them think they're not going to get federal funds if they elect a mayor that he doesn't like. The idea that you might find some way pretextually, that's a word you might like as a lawyer, that you might find some way pretextually to justify some weird contingency on your funds or to withhold them as a result doesn't matter.
The year is 2025,
because that's
what
influences how
Donald
people
Trump's
vote.
social statements literally. I find that utterly astonishing. You should have learned literally a decade ago. It's not to take what he says.
Well, Trump is literally putting law firms and literally putting lawyers in executive orders, and he literally ordered Pam Bondi to begin to politically prosecute his opponents, and now this is literally showing up in indictments that are literally going in front of federal judges. So it seems like it's actually happening.
That was actually what Merrick Garland and Jack Smith did to Donald Trump himself, as well as a very slew of others. People like Steve Bannon, who literally went to jail because of that very notion there. So there's one.
Well, except that's actually not even remotely the case.
Literal
So
prosecution of political opponents is actually the
so you either lied when you said you were a lawyer, or you're just carrying water for the administration. You will never find a statement by Joe Biden that is the equivalent to Joe Biden telling Merrick Garland, "Hey, can you prosecute my political opponents?" Because those statements don't exist. Donald Trump puts them on Truth Social. He named Letitia James, he named James Comey, and he named Bolton, and he named the prosecutor that he wanted to prosecute them. And all three of these people are now mysteriously indicted. To compare that to Joe Biden, who presided over a presidency where
the Attorney General and DOJ
was appointed to investigate his own documents case is absolutely absurd. You're living a fantastic delusional land to even try to draw the equivalent there.
Okay, Amani, I'm going to bring you in, give us your point of view, and then I'm going to move us on to a Democratic focus.
Listen, at the end of the day, to make it as clear as possible, the bigger picture here is that, yes, Donald Trump is gutting the American Constitution. He's been doing this since the very start of his presidency. In fact, he's been serving as president to foreign countries more than the American public. He has violated so many of our constitutional rights. He's speaking about removing term limits from the presidency so that he can literally become a tyrant over us. So the fact that he's threatening to withhold funding because he doesn't like the mayor that a city has elected, this is not a surprise. And he has done this already. Josh, I'm sure you will hate to be reminded of the fact that Donald Trump actually restricted federal funding and completely gutted the jewel of the American academic system, which is our Ivy League schools, in order to censor criticism of our foreign ally, Israel. Donald Trump is sacrificing American rights.
As 1964.
And
he's literally enforcing Title VI, which we can discuss if you really want to go.
For outside influences. And this is a litmus test of where the people stand, more than the Republican Party or the Democrats. It's a litmus test of what the people are demanding. Josh, I know that this is the bane of your existence because you care more about Israel's interest than anything else, and everything that I'm saying undermines that.
Josh, let Amani finish, and then I'm going to bring you back in.
It is you.
Because it's the center. It's the center of everything right now. Hello, newsflash.
It is not.
We exist
I live in the United States. Where do you live?
Genocide is happening.
I'm focused on American issues.
Funding.
Josh, just let Amani finish. I'm going to bring you back in.
There is nothing more important or prominent than that. You keep talking over me because you don't want people to hear the truth. Our tax money is being used predominantly to fund the extermination of a people on the other side of the world. And it's being done by
Amani,
the country that you are positioning as above the interests of the American people. That's what's happening here. And yes,
Amani,
it is the most important point of our current political system.
Okay, I'm going to move us on there. Josh, a quick response from you to give you the right of reply, and then I'm going to refocus again back specifically on this mayoral election campaign and what it means for the Democrats.
The right of reply. He has the right to defend himself. Go ahead. You've had way more
Amani,
please
just let Josh
go ahead with your other talking points.
Josh has the right to respond to your comments. Josh, go ahead.
Talking points are really stupid.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you didn't. You have not stopped Josh from speaking over me.
I have indeed.
He's interrupted me when responding, but
we're giving everyone fair time. We're giving everyone fair time, Amani. So just a moment. Let's let Josh respond.
But go ahead, Josh. Let's let's pat Josh on the head. Go ahead and share your opinion.
But we on Counterpoints give everyone the right to speak, so we need to get Josh's response to your comments.
We know he needs the right to defend himself. Go ahead.
Everyone deserves it. Josh, go ahead.
Okay, very briefly. Donald Trump's righteous crusade against America's higher education establishment is primarily about rooting DEI, is primarily about rooting diversity, equity, inclusion programs. The post-constitutional vestige of the Harvard versus Students for Fair Admissions case in the Supreme Court in 2023. This is the executive order that he signed back in January. They interpreted DEI programs, which are overtly racist insofar as they are anti-white. They are also anti-Christian, anti-Mormon, and yes, anti-Jewish. These policies are contrary to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They are also unconstitutional under the 14th Amendment in light of the Harvard affirmative action case of the Supreme Court 2 years ago. That is what Donald Trump is enforcing. Those are the lawsuits. Those are the high-profile settlements. That is the Columbia University case, the Princeton Harvard cases. That's what he is doing there. It is not about serving a foreign government's interest in the minds or the eyes of my patently obsessed co-panels and interlocutors. It's about enforcing this nation's civil rights laws.
Okay. All right. I need to keep us moving on because we are really running short on time and we have a whole segment on Democrats that we need to get through. So much of what is being read into Mamdani's victory is not least that it signals this new path out of the political woods for the Democrats, which is what, Amani, you were pointing to at the very beginning of our discussion. The party has been struggling since that embarrassing loss in last year's presidential race, and it sank to historical lows in favourability polls this year. But just how galvanising can this victory be when you have senior Democrats, like the senior Democrat in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, didn't even endorse Mamdani and still won't say if he even voted for him on Tuesday, and House Leader Hakeem Jeffries withheld support until the day before early voting started. So, Stephen, does Mamdani's victory further highlight the party's internal identity crisis?
No, like I said, everybody's over-indexing on this guy in whatever way is politically suitable to them. People on the far left look at Mamdani as some referendum on the party. The reality is that over the past 12 years, ever since the Justice Dems appeared, ultra progressives or, these Marxist, Leninist, tanky, whatever socialist people keep thinking there's going to be some huge uprising with socialist, ultra progressive, ultra left, whatever candidates winning. And they don't. They keep losing over and over and over and over again. Now that they have Mamdani, they're like, oh my God, this is what we've been waiting for 12 years. New York City is a very blue city. Mamdani is not very popular amongst the entire Democratic Party. For all the criticisms I have of Schumer and Jeffries, I understand them not endorsing him necessarily. I don't know why we would necessarily look to senators or congressmen to endorse, mayoral candidates in New York City. I don't even know how appropriate that is or historically what the precedent is for that. Like, it makes sense that they wouldn't. Mamdani won his election. I'm glad that he did. Again, he's to the left of me, but, if you're in New York City, I would probably support the Democratic candidate over any conservative one, especially when the conservatives have tried to use blackmail from the DOJ to control the mayor of New York City. So, yeah, I think that you saw a lot of Democrats winning yesterday in very moderate ways in which the far left was predicting, that the Virginia races wouldn't go the way we wanted them to. And we won even the attorney general seat there, despite the text messaging and everything with Jones. And, we won in New Jersey. And you don't need this far left movement across the entirety of the United States to win in all these elections just because a pretty far left guy won in New York City.
Is it unique to New York City, Amani? Is this the start of more far left success across the country? Or are we seeing a more divided Democratic Party than ever?
I think the Democratic Party has remained divided right now. I think that's pretty obvious by the slow pace that we've seen a lot of Democratic leadership show when it comes to support behind Zahran. And that divide is very palpable because what it is saying is that so many of our Democratic leaders are paid for and bought for interests that are contrary to their very own constituents. People are capable of organizing against the policies that are negatively impacting them. And I truly hope that this does inspire more of that organizing across the board. Like I said, if we see that change happen, if we see that watershed moment, it's not voluntarily going to come from Democratic leadership. It's not going to come from the party itself. It's going to be coming from the people forcing the leaders they want to see into those seats. Because as it stands, also the Democratic Party has a lot of red tape. The establishment has a lot of red tape in order to make it very difficult to disrupt the status quo, to rock the boat for incumbents that have held on to their seats for entire lifetimes. I mean, the incumbent that I ran against for Congress has held on to his seat for longer than I've been alive, even though his interests are contrary to those of our constituents. So it just shows that if what they say about an immovable object, right? It has to be met with force if we're going to see that change happen.
Mm-hmm. Josh, is the media getting too swept up in the star power of one man? Has he single-handedly rejuvenated the left?
Well, single-handedly, I think is a very strong way of putting it, but this is definitely a massive boost. I mean, for Democrats in the first major elections in the first year of the Trump administration. Zohran Mamdani, for what I have been very critical of him, I disagree with him on virtually everything, but he's clearly a very talented politician. I mean, he's clearly a very smooth talking guy. He's a good looking man. He presents very well. He seems amicable and jovial. I mean, he's clearly a very skilled politician. I think a lot of folks have made the analogy to Barack Obama on the campaign trail back in 2008, the whole hope and change thing, and this is going to be this is obviously the test for Democrats. I mean, after Kamala Harris got shellacked in the 2024 presidential election, losing all 7 swing states, it seemed to a lot of folks that the path to relevance for the Democrats was to shift at least a little bit towards the center. And you actually saw some inklings of that earlier this year we mentioned Gavin Newsom earlier. I mean, even Gavin Newsom on that conversation with my late friend Charlie Kirk, Gavin Newsom in that conversation with Charlie actually talked about how Democrats have gone too far on the transgender issue, biological males and women's sports, and so forth. So there actually were some inklings that Democrats were thinking of moderating on some of these cultural issues. And then we got the election of Mamdani in New York City, and that just throws a massive fork into the wrench, so to speak. So it is a big conversation for Democrats. It's obviously an ideological kind of, injection straight into the veins of the far left flank of the Democratic Party. And that's only going to, I think, prolong and exacerbate their kind of internecine civil war that's happening on the left, because it really does slow down the forces of moderation. No doubt about that.
Mm. Amani, we saw 2 moderate governor candidates win their elections. So could there be a bit of a risk of saying, well, look, moderate Democrats are still providing what the party needs. Maybe this is just a New York blip, and the moderate Democrats are going to be the ones that forge ahead from here?
Anything, I think that Kamala's presidential race.
Sorry, Amani, go ahead.
I think that Kamala's presidential race, right, I think that Kamala losing as badly as she did was a referendum of that fact, right? It is a losing strategy for the Democrats to try to give more of the same and push more towards the right in order to try to appeal to voters. It makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't reflect the polls. It doesn't reflect the interest. It doesn't reflect the outspoken opinions of the people that they're representing. If anything, it is this push that we're seeing Zohran lead the way on, which is going further to the left, further into progressivism that the people are yearning for. Because right now, both of the parties have been looking identical for a very long time. For many election cycles, we've been asked to choose the lesser of 2 evils. And I think the American people are sick of that. We don't want to keep voting for the lesser of 2 evils. We want to vote for something good. And in order to put something good in front of people, you have to shift into something different. So right now, a lot of, Democratic leaders, a lot of Republican representatives, they serve the same masters. They serve the same corporate interests. They serve the same donors. And for that reason, they sound exactly the same. And I think that's what's been so refreshing about Zohran, is he's saying, like, no, we can break out of that. We don't have to be molded by the system. We can rebuild the system.
Stephen, that's all well and good, but if he doesn't deliver, if we put him up on this pedestal, could that backfire then, and it will work against all Democrats?
No, I mean, on a personal selfish level, like if he goes up as mayor and if he fails on some things, then I can point to that and I can say, well, look, far left policies don't work. We should focus more on our strong center left policies and keep pushing that because we know these work. And if it does work, then I change my mind on some things, like, oh, maybe the government can intervene more in some local matters. Maybe rent control isn't as horrible as I thought it was. Maybe there are places for the government to compete when it comes to things like grocery stores or whatever. Again, he's the mayor of New York City. He's not the governor of New York State. He's certainly not the president. He doesn't hold like a federal office. The idea that the entire Democratic Party, is going to shoulder itself on Zohran Mamdani's success in New York City, I just think it's a bit ridiculous. Yeah.
Josh, what do you think? Do you think there could be a risk that the Democrats could get swept up in this? We're going to see them move. I mean, the Republicans got quite swept up with President Trump and his personality. They've moved in that direction. Are we going to see the same things? Could the Democrats learn that lesson now?
Look, the United States is a very large country, and the brand of Democratic Party politics that leads to electoral success in the year 2025 in blue bastions like New York City, Chicago, and so forth is not necessarily the kind of Democratic Party brand that will lead to success in any number of other cities and states across America. So yes, there absolutely is, I think, a huge concern. I mean, far be it from me to advise Democrats. I wish them, politically speaking, nothing but the worst, of course. But if I were hypothetically advising the Democrats, it would seem to me that there would be a real risk of trying to export the radical far left politics of Zohran Mamdani and the DSA more broadly, and then trying to inject that into the candidates for governor in swing states like Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina, or frankly, even for mayoral positions in swingy cities in some red states. I'm thinking like a Dallas, Texas, a place like that there. I don't think Zohran Mamdani's politics would fly in a place like a Dallas, Texas, for instance. I mean, Kansas City, Missouri. I mean, it's very hard to say, but I think that there absolutely is a huge risk of trying then to say, okay, this did work in the nation's largest city, and then saying, okay, it's going to work from sea to shining sea. On the other hand, again, I do think that it is definitely a bit of an injection, a shot in the arm of the far left DSA flank of the party. It's only going to, I think, exacerbate internal divides, which is at least something of a silver lining for Republicans who otherwise wake up the day after the election and are in something of a daze.
Amani, can it be transported into other parts of America? I mean, Josh questions whether somewhere like Texas would embrace the politics of Zohran Mamdani.
There are communities that believe in and support the politics of Zohran Mamdani all over the country. Whether or not they're a majority in different parts of the country is a different story, but certainly, the ideals that he espouses are popular for a reason. They aren't out of nowhere. And I think that the most dangerous part of his success is that he has shown that those policies can work. We can break out of that mold and we can present the American people with something different than what's been done. And obviously that is bad news, for our billionaires and for, people that are directly benefiting from that power grab. But for him, he's kind of really disrupting that and breaking the wheel, so to speak, or showing at least that there's hope that it can be broken. And I think that that's going to inspire a lot of movement in different types of communities across the country. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's promised big. He has a lot to deliver. We're out of time. We'll have to leave it there. But I thank all of you for your contribution. Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large of Newsweek and the host of The Josh Hammer Show. Stephen Burnell, a YouTuber, political commentator known online as Destiny. And Amani Al-Khattatba, author, activist and founder of MuslimGirl.com. Thank you to all of you for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and, of course, our special interviews. You can subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. I'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival. which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque des Nacoes. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Senior US military officials arrive in Kyiv as reports surface regarding a peace plan between Russia and Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Kremlin maintains they have nothing new to say. At least 5 people are killed in an Israeli airstrike east of Khan Yunis on Palestinian territory as Qatar condemns the recent attacks. And shares in the US chip giant Nvidia actually reverse gains, even though they beat Wall Street's expectations and quashed the fears of an AI bubble. Senior US military officials are in Ukraine as they discuss efforts to end the war with Russia. It's believed US President Donald Trump has approved a 20-point plan for peace between the two warring nations. Details are still unclear, but reports suggest Ukraine will have to give up some land and weapons, as well as reduce the size of its military. The talks come hours after 26 people were killed in Ternopil following a Russian missile and drone attack. Here's how Kyiv residents have been reacting to the US peace proposal.
I do not consider these conditions acceptable, and I do not think that even if such an agreement is conditionally reached at the level of heads of state, that it will be accepted by the people, by the military, and those who have already given and are giving a lot for this.
I don't think that Ukrainian President Zelensky will sign any peace agreements on such terms for several reasons. First, he is populist enough not to do this. He knows that this will be very unpopular in Ukraine. And second, he is, despite everything, patriotic enough not to do such a thing.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. Freddie, great to have you on the show, and of course you too, Shane. Freddie, I just actually want to start with something that we're hearing at the moment. So the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt is currently actually giving one of her press briefings, as she always does. She says the White House says US is steadfast in ending Ukraine war after confirming new plan to end the conflict. And also, apparently, Witkoff and Rubio did meet with Ukrainians in the past week to discuss this peace plan and say the talks are positive. So we're getting some more news out of this.
We are getting some more news, and I think there is always this temptation to think that sort of Team Trump and the Kremlin are cooking up some deal between them that's cutting the Ukrainians out. I don't think that's quite a fair reflection of what's going on. I think that the Americans are keen to involve the Ukrainians, but they also feel that they make more progress with the Russians because the Russians are coming up with solutions. They may not be very palatable to the West or to Ukraine, but the Russians are actually talking to the American team in a way that the Ukrainian team haven't been in some ways. And I think it is interesting that, Witkoff sent this message that was about Kirill Dimitrov, which was a kind of, it seemed to be implying, he had to delete it, it was obviously a mistake, but it seemed to be implying that the Russians and the Americans were trying to come up with some agreement and the Ukrainians weren't quite on board. I think the overwhelming story is that the Ukrainians are, it'd be unfair to say giving up. From the people you just played in that video, they're not giving up by any means, but I think there's an acceptance in Ukraine that they don't have the troops or enough conscripts to keep fighting this war. And so a peace deal has to come. It's just there is no peace deal that the Ukrainians will accept that the Russians are willing to offer. And that's where the Trump administration are at the moment.
And, it's really interesting because we talk right now about the Ukrainians probably having to think about accepting this, Freddie, as you said. And also there's been some domestic problems in Ukraine, especially when it comes to the corruption scandal that's been happening right now in Zelensky's very own party. So he's weakened domestically at the moment too.
Well, exactly. He's not quite for a couple of years, he's been the sort of golden figure in the West. And, there is no really clear link between him and the corruption, but there is no doubt that the Ukrainian government has always been corrupt, or has for a long time been very corrupt. Before the war, has always been one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And Zelensky's government has always been caught up in this. And of course, there's a lot of military aid money going into Ukraine. The CIA, American deep state, if you like, they have always been concerned about the amount of money that seems to go missing or suspicions of corruption. And in the last few weeks, Zelensky himself has got into trouble over corruption. So there is this feeling, and I think if you talk to Ukrainians, they sort of accept it. And while they liked Zelensky at the beginning of the war, I think there's a little bit of exhaustion with his administration, a little bit of a sense that they're just as corrupt as everyone else that came before.
Yeah, I would agree with what Freddie was saying. I think when you're in the middle of warfare and, sort of what they were saying, it was around about 100 million was some of the figures that the article I was reading about this sort of anti-corruption investigation. I kind of think that sort of, sort of to be put aside when you're in the middle of a war with a huge force like Russia. So I don't think it'll have major sort of implications, and a lot of the article was talking about how he's the Teflon sort of president, and he will survive this. And like Freddie said, you know, we're kind of taking a Western view of corruption and then putting it onto Ukraine. So I don't think. Well, I think what's more worrying is that the Russian statement was saying that there was nothing new in this sort of proposed plan, which, unless the White House has confirmed it now, it was just details that had been leaked on the 28-pointer, and then there was conflicting reports about how much Ukraine was involved in it. So, and I think if you don't have the two sides that are fighting the war really on board with it, then a peace plan is not worth what it's the paper that is printed on. So I think this is just aspirational on behalf of the White House, where they want, you know, I think maybe the Gaza peace deal is looking a little bit shaky, which we'll come to later. So I think they're kind of maybe looking to Ukraine and going, okay, we want to try and get this one solved, as Trump seemed to think was relatively easy when he was going on the sort of re-election trail. But I think a lot of the fundamental things that, you know, they want, like Ukraine, you know, giving up weapons, reducing its army, giving up about 10% in this kind of sort of strange leasing process where they're going to have it where, if I understand it right, it was that Kiev would have control of Donbass, but then Russia would sort of rent it, which sounds like a sort of a real estate solution to a war, which I know has been sort of vetted before, but I don't think that's really logical in this case. So I think Zelensky will be fine, but I think unless you get sort of the Kremlin and Kiev on board, then this is not really going to be a peace deal.
I don't know what you think about that, Freddie. Shane's sort of take that there's no trust right now between Russia and Ukraine, and I think that's pretty fair to say in a nutshell. You know, we've seen so many ceasefire deals be proposed. They've never really been followed through. Donald Trump is clearly frustrated with the situation right now. And I wonder if it looks like Moscow will get everything they want and Ukraine will have to roll back on its red lines.
Well, I think this is a big problem for anybody who wants any kind of justice in the peace. But I think this is the other thing that people who are dealing with this, and Witkoff has said something along these lines, which is that you can't really combine justice and peace always. Sometimes peace comes at a very unfair cost. And the feeling among a lot of people who are trying to solve this problem is that there's no fair solution for Ukraine. Ukraine has been invaded. Ukrainians have died in large numbers. The country has suffered terribly. But there just isn't the capacity or the will to resolve that. And Russia's not going to give up. Russia has the leverage to some extent. So there is a sort of, it's not quite an acceptance of Putin's terms, and it's never going to be that simple. But there is certainly a feeling that, you know, that the Ukrainian war effort is running out of not necessarily willpower, but just capacity to operate, particularly with conscripts. I'm hearing reports, a colleague of mine was in Ukraine this week and heard that 90% of new conscripts are deserting. So what can Ukraine do about that when so many of its troops are just not willing to die in a war that they don't see any point in? So there are huge problems with the Ukrainian war effort, and that means that it is not in a strong negotiating position, and that obviously puts Russia in a much stronger negotiating position.
And we talk a lot about who's not at the table, and when reports of the secretive plan came out, where was Europe? And we've heard from a lot of European leaders today gathering in Brussels saying a deal can't be made unless the Europeans and the Ukrainians are at the table. But let's be honest, Shane, Europe's done a lot of talking about talking.
Yeah, that is the problem, I think, and I agree with you 100% on that one. Europe is a good talking shop, but the problem is that they don't have the economic willpower to be able to actually do anything. So all they can do is talk, unfortunately. But I think the problem is, as we were saying earlier, is that if Russia, kind of wins this peace deal and it's signed off by the White House, then it sets a precedent for Putin that he can start looking at other land gains, which, I don't know where he's going to be looking at, but he's kind of saying, okay, well, it's taken a toll and it's taken a number of years to get what we want in Ukraine, but, it does show victory is is possible. So I don't think that's a good precedent to set. But I don't think Europe really has the political willpower or the economic willpower to be able to do anything about it.
And it's really interesting because dissenting voices to this peace plan that's been drawn up, we don't know all the details, obviously, are saying the problem is what happens is they could lease this land to Russia. Russia have 18 to 20% of Ukrainian land.
Yeah.
They could then take stock, they could rearm, they could build the economy again, which has been crippled by sanctions, and then they could further push into Ukraine and neighbouring countries. Freddie, I'm not sure what you think about that.
I think it all depends on how we see Putin. Do we regard him as a kind of Hitler figure who is insatiably expansionist, or do we think he has a sort of calculated idea about reviving Russian greatness? Nobody, I think, is quite sure. I think it is quite possible that he would expand into other areas, but I think this assumption that as soon as he gets Ukraine, he's going to go on, or he's just going to rebuild the army, rebuild the Russian economy, and try and take something else. I'm not necessarily sure that that's right. I mean, Russia has always had this strange relationship with Ukraine. It's always been a very sensitive point for Russians, this Ukrainian border, this idea that NATO is expanding into Ukraine. Does that apply to the Baltic states? I'm not sure necessarily that it does. And I think what Trump wants to do, what Team Trump wants to do, is kind of reset Russian relations. And we've had so many resets in the last 20 years between Russia and America, and they've all failed. But I think there is a feeling in Washington that, you know, not necessarily Putin, but certainly Putin more than other Russian figures, Russia is a country that potentially the West could deal with. And they want to reach that stage. We're just a long way from that because of the Ukraine war.
And let's talk a little bit about what's been happening at the moment when we talk about Russia. Apparently, according to the UK Defence Secretary, there is a spy ship loitering in British waters, on the edge of British waters. Russia would deny this. This is saying it's not a spy ship, but the UK is convinced. And we've also seen them fly drones into airspace like Poland and other NATO countries. Is Russia just being provocative at the moment, or are they innocent?
Well, it's hard to, I think, you know, the UK Defence Secretary said it was deeply dangerous and it was extremely. So I'm, you know, if you were to go by British intelligence, it would say that this is accurate. So I think it's just sort of Putin is just sort of provoking various different countries and seeing how far he can push the line and how good their defences are, and you know, just to see, you know, where the line is in terms of what Europe is willing to take in terms of drones going in or ships. So I think it's just he's sort of treading the water and just it is provocative, yes, and I think it is probably true. But it's partly, you know, deflecting from what's happening in Ukraine. But it's definitely concerning, but I don't think it's sort of, you know, an act of war or anything.
And Freddie, I don't know what you think about it, because there's been lots of talk about it, especially in the UK. Obviously, John Healey coming out and speaking about it. We've been seeing it talked about in the Commons. What's the feeling there?
Well, I guess one can get quite complacent about it, but we've heard so many reports over the years about, you know, Russian plane incursions, Russian ships coming dangerously close, sort of nuclear threats and so on. And yes, Russia is a nuclear threat because it's a very powerful nuclear armed country that is opposed to us and particularly opposed to Britain at the moment. So yes, it's a threat. But I often think with these stories, they kind of pop up and just vanish away. And we never quite know exactly what's going on with ship movements and things like that. It's all very, military secrets against military secrets, and I don't quite know where we should land on it. I think the bigger threat at the moment is what Russia's doing in cyberspace, and Russia's amazing ability to disrupt Western operations in cyberspace, and what the West is trying to do to Russia and China in cyberspace in revenge. That's the real sort of hot Cold War, if you want, at the moment, is operating on the internet.
Fascinating to get your thoughts, Shane and Freddie. Let's move on to another story now. And Gaza's Civil Defense Agency says 5 people are dead after Israel launched new airstrikes on Palestinian territory earlier today. 18 people were also wounded after Israeli forces targeted a residential building east of Khan Yunis. Qatar have condemned the attack. Both Israel and Hamas have accused one another of violating the ceasefire agreement that came into effect on the 10th of October. Shane, is the ceasefire effectively collapsing in front of us?
Well, officially, no, because the peace deal that was brokered and is still publicly recognised, and the major sides still acknowledge that they're upholding it. And a lot of the key elements of the initial agreement, such as the hostage releases, the prisoner exchanges, and those kind of things, have been implemented to a certain degree. So, but I think some of the major sort of stumbling blocks at the moment are sort of the disarmament of Hamas, the Israeli withdrawal, say, from the West Bank, and also the humanitarian aid. And I think that the third one is probably the key one that is the main stumbling block and is going to be the determinant of it. So I kind of think officially it's still on board, but I think it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier in Ukraine. I think it was probably a little bit too presumptuous to declare the peace, and I think a lot of these minor details, well, not minor in terms of humanitarian aid, should have been sort of ironed out a little bit earlier. So I kind of think when I said that Ukraine, we should declare peace, yet I think the problem with Gaza is that we declared it too soon, and I think this is the ramifications of it.
Freddie, I don't know what your thoughts are on the ceasefire right now and how it's holding, because we obviously are getting reports almost on a daily basis of deaths still happening inside of Gaza, not on the scale they were, but they haven't completely stopped.
Well, I think Shane put it very well. I mean, you can't just declare peace and expect peace to happen. It's a very complicated thing, particularly in a conflict like this. And obviously deaths are continuing to happen. Violence is continuing to happen. It's not just something that just happens, peace. But I still think, we are in a better position if you believe in not killing people. We're in a better position than we were just a couple of months ago. And so, yes, these are setbacks, but I do think that, the Middle East is in a slightly more stable position than it was. Of course, with the Middle East, it's always very complicated and it's always got the potential to go very wrong very quickly. But these are setbacks rather than collapse, I would say.
And also, I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. I was just going to say something. What we're doing is violence in the West Bank. Sorry, the West Bank has broken new records this year. And that's been a really hot topic throughout the whole situation that we're in at the moment, is the West Bank. And Israel, as I said, carried out more attacks in the West Bank than we've seen. It's broken records this year with settlers carrying out almost daily attacks on Palestinians. A lot of people have said the West Bank is something that's non-negotiable. And I just wonder what your thoughts are when it comes to the West Bank.
Well, I think that could be the determining factor because, we've seen some of the Arab partners who were critical in, getting the peace deal signed. And they, in particular, like the UAE, have come out specifically and said that that is a red line in terms of the settlements specifically, even though that is elements that have been called for by the coalition that is part of the Israeli government. So I kind of think that I'm hoping that will be the one that will hold out, and that the Arab partner, it might push the Arab partners to sort of take more of a proactive approach. That's what I would generally hope that is going to happen. And we've had the Crown Prince obviously in Washington at the same time, so you would hope that has come up for discussion. So I kind of think the West Bank seems to be where the red line is for at least the Arab side of it. So I think that could be the determining factor in the peace element to it. But I think again, going back to like Donald Trump, when it comes to the humanitarian access for the people on the ground in Gaza specifically, I kind of think of the three sort of elements that are missing in terms of Hamas disarmament, Israeli withdrawal. I think it's the aid one that is the most important one, and I think it's probably the one from a humanitarian point of view that Donald Trump is going to be most amenable to take action on, as opposed to the other two. So I kind of think that will improve conditions specifically in Gaza. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but that's what I think is critical in terms of the next step.
And Freddie, Israel has actually been accused of war crimes in the West Bank. Has there been any response to this at all? Have we heard from anyone?
Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by anyone. Yes, there's been lots of response and lots of people pointing fingers at Israel, and I think some of those fingers are justified. But I do think that, to a large extent, we're dealing in realpolitik now in what's going on in the Middle East. And however cruel this sounds, just sort of labelling things war crimes, talking about genocide, these are emotive words, but they're not altering the fundamental political realities of what's going on in the Middle East. And I think while a lot of people may criticise Donald Trump, and a lot of people will criticise Israel and Saudi Arabia even, I think there is an attempt to deal in realities here. And I think Qatar recognises that too, that it's not just about, international bodies saying war crimes or genocide. It's about trying to resolve things in a real way.
And also, let's just talk a little bit about Netanyahu himself, because an election is coming up in Israel, Freddie and Shane, and we cannot forget that. And Netanyahu actually went to an occupied area in Syria this week, so we saw him there. And Qatar's, who is, of course, a key mediator, we can't forget this, they were the key in all of these peace plans that we saw come through, has condemned Israel's actions in Gaza, but also regarding the trip to Syria. And it's raising big questions about why Netanyahu is doing this. Is it to show up support?
Yeah, clearly. We've said this many times over the weeks in terms of his coalition, which, it's no guarantee that he's going to continue in power when the next election. And he's got some very sort of right-wing elements that he needs to appeal to. And, I've heard, sort of seen reports, and, we were chatting about it earlier in terms of maybe in peacetime, that's when Netanyahu, it won't go very well for him. So, the war was possibly a benefit for him, which is a traditional sort of generally for leaders. But I kind of think, I kind of want to go back to, we were talking before about, Europe wasn't doing much in Ukraine. I was quite sickened today when I saw that the United Nations only recognised the Gaza peace deal on November 17th, and they've delayed a review of it for 6 months, which is until May. And as we've seen, it looks like the peace deal is already sort of, on shaky ground. So I kind of think a lot of these old-fashioned global entities like the war crimes courts, the UN and the EU, they're not really covering themselves in glory when it comes to dealing with either Ukraine or the Gaza issues, or Netanyahu for that matter. And I don't think Netanyahu really cares what any of them think.
I think that's a very good point. I think a lot of people have felt that the UN hasn't acted quick enough, and that has been a criticism.
November 17th is way too long to recognise the deal.
And there's been a lot of criticism about how they have behaved in this situation. But Freddie, I don't know what your thoughts on it are regarding the UN, and also the big question, do you think that Benjamin Netanyahu can actually survive peace?
No, I think that sort of general, we're just talking about realpolitik, and I think the realpolitik for Netanyahu is that he needs crisis, he needs war to stay in power because of, corruption allegations against him. He's got a very vociferous coalition himself. A lot of Israelis are sick of him. He has managed to galvanize support. He managed to galvanize support for the war, and in many ways, what Israel did on a sort of strategic level was very impressive. But domestically, Netanyahu has huge problems. And I think that is the reality that he's facing, is that if the Middle East is settled in terms of international relations as far as Israel is concerned, then he's going to face huge domestic problems and possibly an end to his political career. But it's been a very, very long and objectively, you can't disagree with it, successful political career. But maybe, I think a lot of people in Israel feel this, maybe it's time for an Israel that is represented by someone who isn't Netanyahu.
I guess time will tell. Shane and Freddie, thanks so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on now to another story. And stocks of Nvidia have risen this week, beating analyst expectations. The firm reported a jump in revenue in its quarterly earnings reports, and demand for their chips, often used for AI, increased. CEO Jensen Huang also said the sale of Blackwell Systems was off the charts. OK, Freddie, Shane, apologies. Shane,
yeah,
to you.
No worries.
We actually just mentioned in there that the stock was up. I think it's interesting because since we've come on and the US markets have opened, we've actually seen those US chip stocks erase gains from the earlier session, which I found quite interesting. And we see AMD down 5.7%, Nvidia falling 2.2%. So after that really positive reaction in the markets, we're now seeing
yeah, it's a bit worrying, and because like when you said like Nvidia, the CEO or the chief executive said that the sales were off the chart. He was saying that the chips were sold out. We've seen big orders coming in from the UAE, Saudi Arabia, plenty of places. In terms of the quarter, revenue was up 62%. And so it was good, and I was extremely excited when I saw that the stock was going up 5%, but then that's reversed and it's gone down. AMD, some of the other big stocks, they've all fallen. And all I've heard from the sort of business press and Bloomberg and the rest of them for the last couple of weeks is the AI bubble, and is it going to burst? I may be sticking my head in the sand about this because I've invested in tech stocks and I'm really quite worried. But I really don't want this to be the bubble bursting. And I don't think in the short term. I would like to go with UBS, who've said that the stock will go to $235. It's at $189, and I really hope that is really true. I really do.
I have seen other analysts raise concerns, and they have said that in many respects is the fact that there's so much demand, it's outstripping supply at the moment. And this is the problem when it comes to Nvidia and AI. But Freddie, I don't know what you think of what's been going on with Nvidia at the moment, because lots of investors are also questioning the lofty valuations in the tech sector. Many people are saying tech stocks are completely overvalued at the moment.
Well, I think historically, there's no disputing it. They are extremely highly valued compared to actual revenue and things like that. It's extraordinary. I think these are historic highs we've seen in the last couple of years. I think Nvidia is a different one slightly because it's not entirely software. It's not a bubble in the same way as some of the AI stocks you see are, because they're actually producing something. So that's why often value falls back to Nvidia, because they're like, no, you actually are creating chips which are essential. But I think on the kind of AI bubble, will it pop more broadly? I'm no economic expert, and I would never tell anyone to accept my financial advice. But it seems to me that there are troubling signs in the way Western economies, or particularly America, are talking about tech and so on. And I'm particularly worried about the way that the Gulf states, we used to have banks in the West that would sort of bail out our businesses, our economies when they were in trouble. They collapsed, obviously, in 2008. And now the Gulf states are sort of filling that credit gap in the West. And, Donald Trump will get excited about trillions of dollars being put in from the UAE or Saudi Arabia or another Gulf state. And effectively, it's filling an insatiable appetite for credit that exists in the West. And I think that is an existential problem for Western economies. And I think a lot of people are worried about it.
I don't know your thoughts, Shane, because I also am not going to give any financial advice. I'm very much on the page here with Freddie.
No, looking at my stock results, I wouldn't take my advice either.
But it is so interesting when it comes to... So don't take any financial advice from all three of us, anyone watching. But I do think AI is really fascinating at the moment, because it's a bit like the dot-com situation that we had. It's completely booming, and people have so much expectation in AI. We have expectations going to change our lives in the next few years. We have expectation it's going to completely revolutionize the way we shop, revolutionize the way we live. But the reality is, even with, .com and the internet, that took years and years to actually come through.
Yeah.
So are we just way too bullish when it comes to AI and we think, it's all going to happen tomorrow?
Yes, I think is it. Sure. And I think I just thought the analogy is like, when people, see all of these humanoid robots that are going to do everything for you, and yet you see they'll trip over and fall and, can't even, boil an egg or something like that. So I think ChatGPT is kind of on a similar version in that everyone thinks it's going to replace everything. And, I spoke to just one recruiter recently who was saying this, that a lot of the big companies in the region are thinking that, they don't need to hire anyone, you'll just get AI and that'll solve all your problems. But a lot of the surveys are showing that people are, yes, using it in the same way they use Google, but is it going to really return on investment? Is it going to revamp how your company operates, and can you replace like a third of your staff? I don't think that's quite happening yet. I'd like to hope that in the short term that NVIDIA's revenue will continue and its stock will hopefully go back up. But I think in the long term, I think there's still a question over how productive AI is actually going to be, and whether it's going to be one of those things that we'll look back on and go, well, that was a nice story back in 2025, wasn't it? But the main concern I have is that because it's so ingrained, the tech companies, in the general sort of economic story and the stock market, that if it drags down the stock market, then we'll be back to 2008, and don't want to go back there?
No, we don't. Freddie, I don't know what you think of AI and its potential to sort of change the workforce in the foreseeable future, or I don't know if your thoughts are like me. It might actually take longer than many people predict.
Well, I think AI is a particularly challenging one to understand because, well, particularly in terms of investments and things, because you've got the Magnificent Seven, the 7 big tech companies, American tech companies that sort of sustain the economy for the last few years. And they are already, if you take AI out of the equation, they're already very successful companies. So it's hard to call it a bubble in the kind of traditional sense, because you're dealing with companies that already have very, very lucrative business models who have AI on top of that. So it's hard to call it a bubble. I think in terms of whether AI revolutionizes our lives, I think it already is in many ways. And I think whether it increases productivity, we just don't know, because it's so potentially transformative. We don't know what the world looks like if AI is as successful or as efficient and brilliant as people think it could be, because we just don't know what people will do in that world. So we're dealing with unknown unknowns, as Donald Rumsfeld said.
I would like to have a humanoid robot to clean my house, because that's something I do enjoy doing. And do my ironing, sort of the mundane life things.
Yeah.
But they haven't even gotten that right or anything. And we don't have flying cars yet. We don't have driverless cars yet. I think those might come down along. But I think these things don't happen as quickly as possible. But the one thing I did think about is we've talked a lot about the stock market reacting to sort of various crises. And I remember at the start of the year when I was on, we were talking about how they would fluctuate up and down. And it's like as if the stock market's almost become immune and sort of crisis averse. It's like going, oh, Trump said this, or there's a war in there, or NVIDIA's up or down. So even I think when it's a positive news story, it doesn't ramp up as much as it had. So I think the stock market has just become a bit meh, is the technical phrase I think I would use.
The stock market's become a bit bored. Anyway.
Yes. It doesn't react to the fluctuations that we were traditionally used to see.
Or more terrifyingly, I think, Shane, the stock market is addicted to crises because it hopes that a crisis will trigger some sort of great government stimulus, which will give it another boost.
Yeah, but I don't think the governments have the money to do it. I think we won't go back to 2008 because I think it's just... It's like if you're constantly in crisis mode, then it takes something really massive for them to fluctuate way up or way down. And the same with the oil price. And even when we were here discussing when I think it was we had the missiles in Qatar, or we had the nuclear facilities in Iran being attacked, and then you look at the stock price and you go, as a journalist, you're like, oh, well, that's hardly done anything. There's no news story there. So I think it's just everyone's just sort of become almost like some sort of abused woman, and you're just taking it, and it's not impacting anymore.
Yeah, interesting take. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that and the board stock market. Now it's that time of the show where Freddie and Shane tell us their stories of the day. And Freddie, your story is something that's been catching all the attention over in the UK where you are, and it's about British MPs telling dad jokes in the Commons. You enjoyed this story? What's your thoughts?
Well, it made me very depressed about, Perry Worsthorne said a number of years ago, he was a great British journalist, said it was about a newspaper takeover. He said, we're no longer a serious nation. And this kind of speaks to that it's a parliamentary discussion about paternity leave and the importance of paternity leave, how much leave should dads have when they have a child and so on. And to talk about this bill because perhaps they think the public will get bored because it's maybe not that interesting to them. They've decided to sort of spice it up by telling dad jokes, which are, of course, funny in their own right. And as somebody who tells terrible dad jokes to my children, I know how tempting it is to say dad jokes. But I do think, and I don't want to sound pompous here, I do think that we don't need government to be a sort of sketch zone. We don't need Parliament to be a sketch zone. We just need Parliament to make good decisions. And in Britain's case, our Parliament has not been making good decisions for a very long time. So I don't want to sound all pious about it. I realise it's a funny story. But it does speak to a sort of fundamental unseriousness in British life that I think needs to be addressed.
Do you have a dad joke? I don't know.
I can't think of one.
Can you have
I was desperately trying to think of one. But annoyingly, I say I can't think of one, but if you ask my children, they will tell you that I am constantly saying dad jokes and they're very embarrassing and they'll roll their eyes. But I actually can't think of one. I think a good dad joke has to be sort of improvised on the spot. So it's if something kind of, a bit cringe happens in the house and you make a terrible pun on it, that's a kind of dad joke.
I just want to say something. For today, I did a little bit of background work. I text my father, Nigel Gerrans. I said to him,
the source.
Yes, I said to him, can you send me a dad joke for my show tonight? He says, what is a dad joke? I messaged him back, like an old man embarrassing joke. He came back, not sure what you want. Why don't you have a look on YouTube? So he's no idea what a dad joke is. So maybe, it did fall a little bit on deaf ears in Parliament. It shouldn't be a sketch show. Dad jokes.
Maybe the real tragedy is that dads can't think of dad jokes anymore.
No, that's the problem.
We need AI to come up with dad jokes for us.
Well, Jonna, who's on sometimes, I've got an award-winning joke. I don't think it's quite a dad joke.
You've got an award-winning joke?
Well, they had a competition on Dubai Radio where you had to get a joke to go to a Jimmy Carr concert, and I ended up winning it. Now, the quality of the joke is probably not great, but it's basically, what do you call a small horse eating cheese in a disguise? Mascarpone.
Oh, very good. Very good. I was thinking, I've got to get this, and I didn't get it. Mascarpone. Very good. Well, Shane, bringing the award-winning dad jokes. Who knew?
Oh, yeah. Shane has scooped the dad joke prize there.
Yeah, there we are, all yours. Shane, let's talk about your story, because...
Yeah, how am I supposed to follow that up now?
I know, I'm not sure. We just had the dad joke story, and this sounds a bit like a... I don't know what it sounds like.
Let's go. It's worthy, let's say that. And I think after, all the warfare chat that we've had earlier on. So basically, this is a restaurant 30 kilometres from Bangkok. It's a couple of days ago, it was completely flooded by the nearby river, and the water in the restaurant rose up to probably almost knee level, but probably more like, depending on how tall you are, I guess. So what happened is all the fish came in and were running around in the water. I know your face is not like this, but I thought this was quite nice. What I like about it is that the people who own the restaurant thought that their business was totally ruined, but actually, as is the nature of AI we were talking about earlier, someone videoed it with the fish running around, nipping at people's toes, and it went viral, and now their revenue has doubled in the midst of this flooding crisis. And people actually love it, and they're coming from all over Thailand to come to this restaurant to put their feet in the water, eat the food, and have the fish nipping on their toes.
Oh, Freddie. Oh, I couldn't think of anything worse. I don't know why. I don't know. You up for like fish nipping on your toes while you're having your meal?
I had it when...
I've got a hell of an appetite. I like to think I could eat through most things, but I'm not sure I would be able to eat with somebody nibbling on my toes. I remember there was the trend for... was it a kind of... It was like massaging, but people would go and have their sort of feet aerated by fish. It was a big trend. Is it still going? I don't know.
No, I remember that. It was a huge trend. They were everywhere.
Yeah.
And you put your foot in the glass... You remember they had the glass tanks?
Yeah.
And you put your feet in there, but oh no.
You don't even need to go there.
Spectacularly gross and weird.
It's so weird. I agree.
You can do it in Hatta in the pools. You just put your feet and the fish will come and nip at your skin.
I think you've got a lot to say about where to find fish and feet. I think we should leave it there. Thanks to today's guest, Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight and deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T with Tom Burges Watson will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll have all the latest on a 28-point plan which aims to end the war in Ukraine. We'll be asking who authored that plan and what does it say? We'll also be asking what's a suspected Russian spy ship doing on the edge of British waters? And what might the UK do about it? Plus, we'll be getting a wrap of all the top stories in the United States. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Sergei Markov, who is a former spokesperson to President Putin. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you here with us on Al Arabiya English. Can I just start by asking you, what is your understanding of this US drafted 28-point plan? What do you know about it?
This information and leaks which we could see about the plan with 28 points looks quite realistic, because first of all it's has some plan of the joint security for the both sides, because it's Russia insisting that not only Ukraine should have a security guarantee, but Russia also should have security guarantee. And among those security guarantee is some demilitarization of Ukraine. It's clear that this demilitarization of Ukraine, partial demilitarization of Ukraine, is part of this plan. It also was in Istanbul agreement of 2022. Also, it's realistically, it's resolved one of the main problem. It's aggressive de-Russification of Ukraine. I should remember that Ukraine was part of Russia more than 1,000 years, and Kiev was capital of Russia during 3 centuries. Native language of 75 or 80% of the Ukrainian politicians, this is Russian language. This Russian language is prohibited by repressive Ukrainian regime for What goal? It's clear goal to make anti-Russia from Ukraine. This prohibition of Russian language getting out, and Russian language should get official status. Also, one of the characteristics of the regime is a political repression against Orthodox Church, which joined Russian and Ukrainian people. And it looks like this one of the points that political repression against Orthodox Church should be stopped.
Okay.
What I didn't see in those plans yet, it's guarantees of neutrality of Ukraine. Russia's suggestion very simple. It's based on the experience of the Austrian Republic. It means that neutrality should be part of constitution of Ukraine as in Austrian Republic, and neutrality should be a sign of big countries. First of all, constant members of Security Council, that they should respect security of Ukraine. And more generally to say about security of Ukraine, I would say coming back to the situation before 2014 from a term of political system of Ukraine. If you know, after 1991 until 2014, Ukraine has zero problems with Russia. So, but just back to those time when Ukraine had no problem.
Okay, let's go back to talking about this 28-point plan. I mean, you're making it sound as though Russia is rather favorable to what we suspect is in that plan. Do you think that might be because it had Russian involvement in its drafting in the form of some help afforded to Steve Witkoff by Kirill Dmitriev? Is that your understanding?
As we understand, Steve Witkoff is a major author of those plans, and he wrote this plan himself for Donald Trump, and was taking account some of the positions of Russia and Ukraine. And of course, everybody who really want peace understands that Russian demand is very realistic, and demand from Ukrainian repressive neocolonial regime is absolutely not realistic. So any peace plan to be realistic has to be based on Russian decisions, suggestion, because it's very simple that guarantee for the both of the sides, and democracy is one of the solutions. It's not those plans, but democracy for Ukraine is the main solution for Ukraine. When Ukraine was democratic country between 2014, before militant coup of 2014, Ukraine was absolutely in security. If Ukraine will be a repressive dictatorship with neo-Nazi in power, Jewish Zelensky neo-Nazi in power, Ukraine never will have any security from Russia, because Russia will have to cancel anti-Russia. If Ukraine will be constructed by anti-Russia, Russia will have to fight against it.
Well, so far, Russia hasn't defeated Ukraine. Ukraine is still there. So, I mean, you can make threats, but in fact, is Russia really able to deliver on them?
Look, today it was exchange of the bodies of the killed soldiers. Ukraine gave 30 bodies of Russian killed soldiers, and Russia gave 1,000 bodies of killed Ukrainian soldiers. During previous half of year, the proportion was the same. 1 killed Russian soldiers, and on the exchange to the 35 or 40 bodies of the killed Ukrainian soldiers. So it's a great tragedy. For us, it's tragedy, because for us, every Ukrainian soldier is Russian. He is Russian people. They're Russian. So for us, a civil war. It's what Vladimir Putin many times told. And but we have to go forward, because we regard that it's not war between Russia and Ukraine. It's war of the Western countries against Russia, who made Ukraine as neo-colonial regime, and they use these Ukrainians as slaves, and their Western war against Russia. It's our understanding. And frankly speaking, most of the Ukrainians believe the same. most of the Ukrainians will be happy to have peace as soon as possible under any conditions.
Under any conditions, you think? That's not what we've heard from any Ukrainians that we've spoken to.
Zelensky very much against this war because
we haven't spoken to Zelensky
against any peace, because if peace happen, it will be presidential election. Vladimir Zelensky, who is hated by most of the Ukrainian politicians, for sure will lose his power, and then he will be under big threat because of high corruption, and because all Ukrainians believe that exactly Zelensky killed 500,000 Ukrainians, because when he go to the election, he promised a peace, and he moved Ukraine to this tragic war. That's why Zelensky absolutely against any peace under any conditions.
President Zelensky didn't invade his own country. Russia invaded Ukraine, and that's how the war started.
No. Western countries overthrown last democratically elected president Yanukovych 2014, imposed neo-colonial repressive regime, and those repressive regimes started terror against Orthodox Church, terror against Russian identity, Russian culture, Russian language, terror against those millions of Ukrainians who believe that Ukraine and Russia should be friends. So, and Russia sent troops to liberate Ukrainian people from terror of the neo-colonial, repressive, Russophobic, neo-Nazi regime. It's how we understand this war. It's liberation war. It's not aggressive war from a Russian point of view. This aggression from Western countries who make neo-colony from Ukraine.
Okay, that's your understanding. One of the things we've heard from the Kremlin is that any peace plan for Ukraine must address the root causes of the conflict. But seen from outside Russia, the root cause of the conflict is the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine. What do you say to that?
Well, Russia invaded to Ukraine because there are reasons of this war. Russia, you may know, Russia had a lot of problems because of the war. Great total sanctions. I am under sanctions of Canada, and thousands of Russian dead in this war. We have a lot of problems. Why? Because we are crazy? No, because there are reasons for Russia to send the troops to Ukraine. And these reasons, exactly the root of those war. These reasons should be resolved. And we know that party of war in Europe want to say, look, there are no reasons for war. Russians just crazy and decided to make aggression against Ukraine. But it's absolutely out of reality. It just did a direct lie of the party of war. Russia says, look, we sent our troops because we had specific problems which force us to send it. Let's resolve this problem. What kind of these problems? Political repression against Russian language, political repression against Orthodox Church, political repression against millions of Ukrainians who believe that Russia and Ukraine should be friendly, and Western plan to create anti-Russia on the territory of Ukraine, and to have a relation between Russia and Ukraine as between Israel and Palestinians. We doesn't like such a relationship.
Mr. Markov, in your mind, has Russia made any concessions so far? Because some people have told us Russia hasn't made a single concession. And therefore, in Ukraine's position, why would they agree to a deal that was entirely one-sided?
Ukrainians, absolute majority, sure agree on any condition, even more tough condition. But nobody asks them, because Ukraine is dictatorship. Zelensky will be against the peace under any condition, because if peace happens, he will be under threat of the anti-corruption investigation and so on. So no position from another side except Western countries. About concessions, you know, if Russian city Kyiv, Russian city Odessa, and Russian city Kharkov are not part of the Russia, it's already great concessions.
So you're basically saying the fact that you haven't entirely invaded and seized the entirety of Ukraine is what you would call a concession?
Of course, it's concessions that Russia is not taking traditional Russian historical territories. So Russia don't pretend on those territories which have been not part of the Russia during thousand years. It's Western Ukraine. It's 5 regions of Western Ukraine. Russia don't pretend to. If they doesn't like to be part of the Russia, let them live out of Russia. But as we know, absolute majority of people in Odessa, in Kharkov, they want to be part of the Russia. And if Russia agree that these people, millions of Russian people, millions of our people are not part of the Russia, it's already great concessions.
So if this 28-point plan is signed off on, why wouldn't Russia, therefore, according to your logic, do another invasion and take everything else that they don't get this time around? Do you think the plan is to take the whole of Ukraine eventually?
It's very easily. Ukraine, Russians are not happy that Ukraine became independent. But when it's appeared to be, Russian people accept this as a part of the reality. And Russians are ready to accept Ukraine as independent democratic country, as Russia has no any plans of aggression against Russia from 1991 until 2014. So if Ukraine, just normal democratic country where Russian language is one of the official languages, Orthodox Church can freely, which have history of more than 1,000 years, it's not prohibited, no reason to go to send Russian troops. Russian troops have been sent only for crashing anti-Russian, which neo-colonial Western control anti-Russian. If there are no neo-colonial Western control anti-Russia on Ukrainian territory, no reason to send Russian troops. But if under the different tricks Western countries want to preserve repressive, terroristic, anti-Russian neo-Nazi regime, new war absolutely inevitable. That's why Putin talking many times. Let's resolve this problem, that you, Western countries, you make neo-colonial, repressive, Russophobic regime. Let's change this, and the peace will come.
Okay, and just lastly, we're about to finish, but we're going to be speaking later in the program about the Russian vessel which has been spotted off the edge of British waters. The Yantar is the name of that ship. What's your understanding of what that ship's doing there?
My understanding is very clear. All these drones, vessels, which told that Russians, they sent by Ukrainian intelligence service, British intelligence service, Polish intelligence service, and another volunteers intelligence service of NATO country who want to have provocation and who belong to this party war. Russia has absolutely no reason to send something. Russia wants Europe to be more involved in Ukrainian war. No. Russia wants Europe to be distanced from those Ukrainian war. That's why I think all these cases, clear provocation from the intelligence service on mostly aggressive countries.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for your time. Sergei Markov, former spokesperson for President Vladimir Putin. Thank you very much indeed.
My pleasure.
Well, we're joined now by William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine during the Bush and Obama administrations and former US chargé d'affaires to Ukraine under President Trump. Ambassador Taylor, always a pleasure having you on the program. First of all, I wanted to ask you about the senior Pentagon officials who are currently in Ukraine. The US Army Secretary Dan Driscoll leading a delegation, holding talks there. What's your understanding of what they're trying to achieve there?
Tom, the original purpose was to exchange views and get some information from the Ukrainians about how they're doing on the battlefield. In particular, with drones. We have a lot, and the U.S. Army knows it's got a lot to learn from the Ukrainians about how to use drones, how to manufacture them, how to defend against drones. There's a lot that the Ukrainians have figured out that the U.S. Army wants to understand and adopt. But as you indicate, there's other things going on right now, and I'm sure the question about how to end this war will come up in those discussions.
Right, and one of the ways that we assume they're going to be talking about ending the war is by discussing this 28-point plan drawn up by Steve Witkoff, the US Special Envoy, but possibly with some help from a Russian envoy by the name of Kirill Dmitriev. Does that sound credible to you?
Very credible, sad to say. This does not. I think this is not a U.S. government position. It is not a U.S. government agreed document. It is a document that it clearly has all the Russian wish list. I mean, there's nothing on there that the Russians haven't asked for over and over in their maximalist demands, and that caused the U.S. government, the president and the Secretary of State, to cancel that proposed summit in Budapest a couple of weeks ago. So this is a non-starter for the Ukrainians. I think it's probably a non-starter for the Americans, and it's clearly a Witkoff-Dmitriev document.
And why hasn't Ukraine been involved in the drafting of that document up until now? And why have the European powers, do you think, all been apparently blindsided by it?
Because this is not the main channel. This is not the official U.S. work on this project. The official U.S. work on this project is under Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and it will have, and indeed already has had, input from the Ukrainians and from the Europeans. As I say, this document is not endorsed by the U.S. government, and so it didn't benefit from the normal process of talking to the Ukrainians and the Europeans. So that will come in when they get to a serious work, unlike this 28-point plan, which is not serious in my view. When they get to the serious work, the Ukrainians and the Europeans will have strong views.
So you're saying this 28-point plan doesn't really stand much of a chance?
It stands no chance. There is no chance. The Americans don't. People that I've talked to in the U.S. government don't know about this and are surprised by it. The Ukrainians will reject it out of hand. They will be polite. The Ukrainians will say, very interesting, but look, here's a counter proposal. Here's a better idea. And the Europeans will never accept it as well. So no, it's not a real proposal.
Do you think there's an argument that perhaps they've brought this up now because Zelensky's looking vulnerable because there's been yet another corruption scandal in the ranks of his senior officials? Do you think that somehow weakened his hand with the US, and that's why they've decided to put this plan to him now?
Again, I don't think the Americans are putting this plan to him. I don't think this is a real plan from the United States. But you're absolutely right. The Russians love the fact that President Zelensky has this crisis, has this difficulty. President Zelensky is trying to get through that, and he is putting some pressure on his team to clean this up. But the Russians are going to make the most of this crisis.
Okay, I mean, there isn't anything that we've heard from the Russians that sounds like a concession. Have you spotted anything or heard anything that sounds remotely concession-like from them?
Not remotely concession-like, not remotely at all. This 28-point plan is very similar and almost identical to what Putin has been saying all along. That is, the Ukrainians can't have to cut their army in half. The Russian language, Russian Orthodox Church, no assistance from the Americans or the Europeans. This is a Russian wish list. This is not a serious proposal.
And, there could be the argument as well that, a proposal like this, if indeed it didn't bring about a lasting peace, would have the effect of encouraging Russia to perhaps look around for its next land grab. What do you say to that?
Again, the Ukrainians will never accept this. And sure, if the Russians somehow were to impose this, again, they won't be able to, but if hypothetically, yes, if they were able to take over Ukraine, then yes, the Baltic states, Moldova, even other members of NATO are in jeopardy. Moldova, of course, not a member of NATO yet, but the Baltic states are, and there are some other vulnerable nations that the Russians would threaten.
Ambassador Taylor, isn't Dan Driscoll going to have some quite tricky questions to answer when he gets back to Washington if he's been doing something that sounds like it's completely off-brand and totally outside of his remit?
Dan Driscoll's not. The Secretary of the Army is not. Witkoff, I think, is going to have some real problems when he goes back to Washington. Dan Driscoll is there as the Secretary of the Army with two very senior generals, and they are there, as I say, to talk about drones and talk about what the Ukrainians have learned about this new fight against the Russians. And you're right, he's going to have some hard questions, I'm sure, from the Ukrainians about this purported 28-point plan. And I imagine the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, is going to say, you know, this is not a U.S. government proposal. Stand by for a real proposal.
Okay, so there's sort of, the idea is perhaps to just test the waters and see, you know, how it goes down. Is that basically the idea?
I think that may give Witkoff too much credit. I think he is freelancing. I think he is, he probably didn't even leak this. It's probably the Russians that leaked this 28-point plan. Again, this is not a U.S. government position. This is Witkoff and Dmitriev having conversations about what Dmitriev and what Putin would like to see. This, again, we should not give any credibility to this 28-point plan.
Yeah, because I mean, what struck me when I was reading about this plan is that the Trump administration has encouraged and succeeded in getting NATO member states to commit to spending 5% of GDP on defense by the year 2035, and then to go appeasing Russia by giving it everything it wants when it invades not a NATO member state, but a border state and an allied state. I mean, it sends very conflicting messages, doesn't it?
Very conflicting messages, and therefore I think we have to discount this discordant message, this 28-point plan. But you're right, President Trump's put some serious sanctions on the Russians, the two largest oil companies. He put big sanctions on 2 weeks ago. It's already having an effect. He has also put secondary tariffs on the Indians for buying Russian oil. He's still thinking about whether or not to provide the Tomahawk weapons, long-range cruise missiles to the Ukrainians. So no, President Trump is still very hard on the Russians. There is strong support for Ukraine in the U.S. Congress. I mean, you've talked a lot, I'm sure, about the Graham bill with 85 co-sponsors that puts real serious sanctions on the Russians and purchases of Russian oil. So, yes, there's a strong support for Ukraine in the administration and here in Washington. And this 28-point plan is outside of that.
President Trump, as we all know, is a transactional president, and he likes doing deals. And now that we're in a situation where European countries are the ones paying for the weaponry being sent to Ukraine, even if the origin of that weaponry is the United States. I mean, isn't that quite a good deal for the Americans, and perhaps one that's actually turning out to be quite a good money spinner, without meaning to sound crass?
It is a good deal. It is a good deal. President Trump gets to say to many people that he's not spending U.S. money, U.S. taxpayers' money anymore. He is allowing the Europeans and the Ukrainians to buy weapons from U.S. manufacturers. That's a good thing. And there's this $300 billion worth of Russian central bank reserves that can go to fund these purchases of U.S. weapons. So this is going in the right direction.
Okay, so if we have established that this 28-point plan is simply one man's work, but it doesn't represent the position of the US government, what's your view of what should be done next to somehow bring about an end to this war? Do you see the Ukrainians having to volunteer to make concessions of one kind or another, to give up land? What do you think is going to happen in the months ahead?
I don't see them having to make concessions. I do see President Trump using the leverage that he's got over Putin to bring him to the conclusion that he cannot win. Putin is going to come to the realization that the economic pressure, the sanctions, the tariffs on purchasers of Russian oil, the provision of $300 billion to the Ukrainians to keep them going for the next 3 years, the weapons that are going to continue to flow to Ukraine, that is what's going to put pressure on Putin to say, I can't win this one. I'm going to have to get out of this somehow and stop the fight. That's what's going to have to happen. And then, yes, they'll probably freeze along the current line. The Russians will continue to illegally occupy 19% of Ukraine, but the 81% of Ukraine is not occupied will go to the EU. And the Ukrainians will say they'll get back that last 19%, the 19% that the Russians clearly continually occupy, illegally occupy, that will come back. Just like West Germany never gave up on getting back East Germany, and they eventually got it.
One of our earlier guests, we spoke to Dmitry Markov, Sergei Markov, I should say, who is a former spokesperson for President Putin. And he said to us that all Ukrainians actually wanted to be part of Russia and that they viewed President Zelensky as being a dictator, a Nazi, and he used many other descriptions. When you were based there, did you hear many Ukrainians expressing their desire to be part of Russia?
That is, no, of course not. Of course not. What the Russians have done is create a unified, hostile nation on their border. When they invaded in 2014, and then when they invaded again in 2022, big time, that consolidated the Ukrainians against the Russians, and that hatred and that hostility for Russia will persist for generations. Putin has made a major mistake, and that fantastical thinking that you heard from them, that's what made Putin make this mistake to invade, this blunder to invade. This is the biggest mistake he's ever made, he could have made, and that's because he thought that the Ukrainians really wanted to be Russians. That couldn't be farther from the truth, could not be farther from the truth.
So you never heard one Ukrainian say to you, I'd actually rather be Russian?
Nope, never had.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. William Taylor, former US ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Meanwhile, the British Defence Minister says that military options are ready in the event that a Russian vessel spotted on the edge of British waters becomes a threat. Well, the vessel, called the Yantar, was spotted earlier on this month and is believed to be used for gathering intelligence and mapping undersea cables. Well, let's get more on this, and we can speak now to Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, former NATO commander. Dr. Parry, thank you very much for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. What's your understanding of what the Yantar is doing on the edge of British waters?
Well, the Yantar is becoming a familiar visitor to shores off Britain. It's a specialist intelligence vessel. It's highly capable surveillance platform which can look at the seabed, it can analyze, it can map, it can also put little drones down to actually look at what's going on the bottom. It's also hoovering up all sorts of electronic emissions. It can intercept signals intelligence, communications, things like that. And so if you've got a radar operating, for example, then it'll pick up all the characteristics of that radar. It'll listen to mobile phone calls. It'll listen to all sorts of unguarded communications. It's a prime intelligence resource, and we've known it for a long time.
Our earlier guests seem to be suggesting that it might not actually be a Russian vessel. I mean, I should add that he is a former spokesperson for President Putin. Does that sound credible to you?
No, not really. I mean, he may be playing with words here. It may be a Russian contractor or something like that, but there's no doubt that the beneficiary is the Russian state and the Russian military. There's no question about that. So whether it's flying different colors or a Russian flag is almost irrelevant. It's working for the Russians, and that's it.
How seriously is the British government taking this ship's presence?
I would say rather too seriously, to tell you the truth, Tom. It's something we've been used to during the Cold War. As I said, the Yantar has been a frequent visitor in the past. We know what it's doing. We know where it is. We even know what it's looking at. And I think there's been a bit of an overreaction, dare I say it, from the British government. We should actually just ignore it and pretend that actually it isn't doing anything to us at all. But I'm afraid there's an internal agenda that is playing in Britain right now to, I'm afraid, overstate the case. But frankly, it's normal business, to tell you the truth, to see off anything that's coming near our waters. In fact, Tom, the Yantar or any other vessel is allowed under the rights of innocent passage to steam right through our territorial seas, or indeed any country's territorial seas, or indeed their economic zone as well. So they're perfectly within their rights to be anywhere they want, as long as they're not conducting any sort of military activity and don't divert from the route that they're taking.
When you hear the British Defence Minister, John Healey, saying that military options are ready should that ship, the Yantar, become a threat. What do you think he's got in mind?
Well, I really don't know. I don't see how the Yantar, which essentially is an unarmed vessel, can become a threat. What we have heard is there's a possibility that the crew of the Yantar have been using lasers to either dazzle or blind the crew of the aircraft that are doing the surveillance. Now, this has happened a lot of times before with the Russians. The Chinese have done it off Djibouti to American aircraft. In fact, when I was flying in the Gulf during the Iran-Iraq war, the Iranians were using similar devices to try and blind and dazzle pilots flying aircraft like mine. In fact, we used to fly with eye patches on one eye to make sure that we weren't blinded by these things and obviously not being able to fly the aircraft.
Have the sightings of Russian vessels and submarines and such like in British waters become more regular occurrences?
Well, we're seeing a lot of interference, certainly on the cyber front. We've had over 99,000 cyber attacks that are associated with Russia or Russia proxies. We're seeing all sorts of odd activity in relation to GPS jamming. Our friends on the continent have had drones flying in their airspace. They've had jamming as well. If we found a submarine inside our territorial seas, there's actually an act of war, Tom. You're not allowed to submerge submarines within another country's territorial seas. So that would be something we take very seriously indeed. We know they're around. We know the submarines try and get into our territorial seas. They try and track our ballistic missile submarines. It's frankly a big echo from the Cold War. Russia, sees Britain as its number one opponent in Europe because of Britain's support for Ukraine and the fact that we're supplying them with weapons and also finances as well. And essentially they're saying, we don't like you very much and we're going to sort of tweak you around the edges. We're going to sort of poke you here and there and show you that we're not very happy.
I mean, the Prime Minister of the UK, Sir Keir Starmer, pledging big increases in expenditure on military spending in the face of threats, and he's cited Russia, but not only China and Iran have also been cited, but with a massive shortfall, by the sounds of things, in the British finances. I mean, aren't there questions being asked about how on earth he's going to fund that?
Yeah, but on the other hand, Tom, it's a good point. The prime duty of government is to protect the country and its population from attack and also threats of coercion as well. If you ask the citizens of Ukraine what their top priority is right now, it's the defense of their country. And frankly, if governments aren't able to prioritize this sort of thing, then quite a lot of other things are going to go by the board as well. You're not going to be able to make choices about education, welfare, infrastructure or anything if you don't feel safe and you're subject to coercion. So frankly, our governments have got to put their money where their mouth is. They've also got to accelerate this rearmament to make sure that potential enemies, and it is, I always say that Russia for Europe is bad weather, but China is climate change, then we actually have to be in a position to say, look, if you come near us, we have the ways in which to deter you. If we don't deter, we'll find ourselves very rapidly subject to coercion and possibly conflict and war.
Since you just mentioned Ukraine, I wondered whether you'd read about the 28-point plan drafted by the United States, but possibly with Russian involvement, with the goal of ending the war in Ukraine. Just first of all, I mean, what do you make of that plan and what you've read about it? Does it sound to you like a workable solution to end the war?
Well, I think it's a basis for discussion, but it's not a basis for a lasting peace at all. It gives Russia breathing space. It gives them far too much strategic control of vital Ukrainian territory. And frankly, it looks like the springboard for another assault in future because, just give you an example, Russia wants the Donbass. That will give Russia quite significant amounts of strategic minerals. It also gives a huge fortress belt, which they've been trying to capture for the last 2 years. And it's cost them up to 400,000 casualties in doing that. We reckon it will cost another 500,000 if they captured it militarily. There's no indication that the other provinces that have been captured by Russia will be returned to Ukraine. So that doesn't appear anywhere. So, for example, is Russia going to give Crimea back to Ukraine? I don't think so. My own belief has always been throughout this war that Russia's agenda is to capture the whole bottom third of Ukraine all the way across to Odessa. That will cut Ukraine off from the Black Sea. It'll allow Russia to dominate the Black Sea and, of course, leave a rump state that is barely sustainable economically up into the north and west. So looking at it as I do, I think it makes Ukraine wide open to a re-attack. I think the guarantees that are in there, which include the US getting involved if there's any breach, frankly not credible, because what Russia will do, it won't invade. It'll just destabilize any border that is established. And you'll see all sorts of little green men appearing. And of course, nothing will be big enough to cue the United States getting involved in a war is what for them a very far off place. So, you know, every single thing I see in that 28-point plan has a but associated with it. And that but leads, frankly, to Russia being a winning power and Ukraine being a defeated power. And it's got to be balanced up a bit. I did think initially it was a bit like the arrangement that Finland had with Russia, with the Soviet Union in the Winter War of 39-40, which basically traded land for neutrality and also peace. It doesn't look a bit like that. It looks like an abject surrender, and it gives Russia the chance to come back again when it's drawn its breath again.
And what we're hearing from European leaders, and let's be clear, European countries are in fact buying and supplying the weaponry to Ukraine right now. They're buying it from the United States, but paying for it themselves. But what we're hearing from them is that they've basically been rather blindsided by these discussions to draw up that plan. Do you find that slightly surprising?
No, I don't, Tom, actually, because people haven't really noticed that the world has changed. And I always refer people to a thing called the Melian Dialogue, which occurred in the war between Athens and Sparta, the Peloponnesian War in the 5th century before the Christian era. And this island of Melos said, look, we're not interested in being on one side or the other. We'd like to remain neutral, please. And Athens said, you really don't get it, do you? That's only a discussion for powers, countries that are equal in power. For people like you, what you have to understand is the strong do what they want and the weak do what they must. And I'm afraid to say we're back in the world of great power competition, and great powers like Russia, China, and also America are going to do what they need for their own interests, and the rest of us are going to have to find out where our interests are best placed. And that goes for medium powers like Saudi Arabia and all the other ones in the Middle East as well.
So just to sort of wrap up, I mean, the way you look at that plan is that it's one-sided. Again, we haven't heard a single concession from Russia, although my earlier guest said that a Russian concession had been the fact that Russia hadn't invaded and seized the whole of Ukraine. That was his answer to my question. But you're basically saying it looks like something of a gift to the Russians.
Well, I think it gives the Russians, as I said, breathing space. They can come back again anytime they like. I don't think the guarantees are in place. And I'm afraid every time I hear any spokesman that comes out of the Kremlin or has any association with it, I automatically assume they're trying to deceive us or they're lying.
And, I mean, without the buy-in from Ukraine and the buy-in from European leaders, does the plan even stand a chance?
If it can be brokered between America and Russia and there are sufficient guarantees in place, they can enforce this. At the end of the day, most of the weapons and most of the financing comes through America. They can put this through. I'm afraid to say that if Europe wants to have a bigger say in these things, they have to actually rearm. They have to actually put together their own defences and say to Russia, we will defy you. My worry, Tom, is that if we do get a ceasefire in Ukraine on any terms, President Putin will turn his attention to the Baltic region, because that's another area that the Russians are very sensitive about, as well as the Black Sea. And he'll put pressure on Finland and Sweden for daring to join NATO during the recent crisis. And we'll find that the Russians are then pressing on that area of the Baltic as well. So in many ways, it's good that he's fly-papered in Ukraine right now, because it keeps the rest of Europe safe while it rearms and actually gets its head round the fact that we have a serious aggressor to the east of us.
OK, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Rear Admiral Dr. Chris Parry, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Now, it is Thursday, and as ever on this day of the week, we take a look at the top stories making headlines in the United States. And I'm pleased to say we are joined from Washington by Amanda Mackey, who is there standing by for us. We're also joined from Miami by Angie Wong, both Republican strategists and friends of the show. Great to have you both with us. Lots to get through today. So let's start by talking about the visit to Washington by Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman earlier this week. That visit included all the trappings of a state visit. It came about 6 months after President Trump's visit to Riyadh, which was, of course, his first planned overseas trip since taking office. I mean, lots of deals were announced. Amanda, let me start by asking you, what were the big headlines that stood out for you from that visit?
Well, obviously, when President Trump was there in May, the commitment was $600 billion, and that was up to $1 trillion. So, certainly the red carpet treatment, and it was technically not a state visit, but certainly treated and perceived as such. And I think that that's become President Trump's MO, is to roll out the red carpet, really show a lavish time, and get the commitments that he believes is best for America and Americans. And so I think that that's what we saw on display yesterday when the reporter lunged at MBS about Khashoggi and the death of Khashoggi. Obviously, President Trump came in as, to save him and to say, we don't need to do that. That's disrespectful. When, someone's been invited, you don't need to ask those questions. And so definitely trying to pivot from that and create, hopefully, I think in the end, an accord, the Abraham Accords, where Saudi Arabia would be part of it. Of course, Saudi Arabia wants a two-state solution, which is a no-go for Israel, but certainly something that they've made clear, and President Trump would really like to see the expansion of the Abraham Accords.
Angie, let me turn to you. I mean, would you say that visit was overall a success? And what stood out for you in terms of headlines?
Oh, absolutely. That was a very, very successful visit. Look, it's clear for Trump, Saudi Arabia is valued. He's a very, very valued partner for the Trump administration. And Trump wanted MBS to leave Washington happy, which I think he did. Both men came away with the deals that they wanted to. Saudi Arabia left with F-35s, although not the full package of the exported. He got the exported version of our F-35s. But also, Trump understands that we're heading into the midterm elections here, and he wanted to bring oil stability to the U.S. so that we can have affordability. That's our favorite word these days here in the U.S. to talk about during our midterm elections, and also to bring on carbon, AI, and other tech giants into the fold here, because we saw Elon Musk was there at the dinner, and other tech leaders were as well. So I think both men walked away with what they wanted. Clearly, it showed the optics of normalization. This was the first state visit, even though it wasn't an official state visit, in about 7 years. So this was a great optics. It certainly signaled to the world this is a valued partner and our new alliance.
Yeah, and Amanda, I just wanted to ask you, I mean, some of the deals that came out of that visit, including deals about AI chips and so on, I mean, they reflect a really high level of trust, don't they, between Washington and Riyadh?
They do, and I think that you're basically seeing the 21st century version of oil become energy, defense, and AI. I mean, that's really where these two meetings of the minds were for the two nations. It's just so interesting because petroleum is certainly part of it. I think we have largely leveled that off in the United States, where, where secure gas prices are at their lowest. They've certainly been in, I believe, 5 or 6 years. But the point is how important energy and AI is in this relationship. And it's something that President Trump and MBS discussed and we're working in furtherance of. And that's an excellent thing. That's what we want to see, because that is the new 21st century version of what we were doing in the 70s and 80s with countries like Saudi Arabia that are oil rich.
And just before we move on to our next topic, I mean, President Trump said he's going to start working on resolving the war in Sudan. I know he's working on resolving quite a lot of wars at the moment, and that, it's understood, came directly as a request from the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. I mean, the conflict there has killed 150,000 people or more. What might President Trump do to end the conflict? Any thoughts, Angie?
Well, President Trump is certainly reviewing it, although I don't think that is on the top of the agenda at the moment. I know the Secretary of State has been kept very busy looking at this. I think President Trump wants to have some sort of footprint there, although he would never commit any U.S. troops on the ground there. I think that he would like the regional leaders to work it out. He's the deal president, right? So I'm sure there are things that can be offered to these sides to end this conflict. But, there's been so much going on at the State Department that I can't imagine that this is going to be resolved anytime soon, certainly not by the end of this year. Although, there are many, many things on the wish list that I'm sure that, were not fulfilled just yet. But, it's certainly in the pipeline, and anything can happen with this administration.
OK, let's move on to our next topic. On Wednesday, President Trump signed legislation ordering the Justice Department to release all files on Jeffrey Epstein. This dossier comprises all the files and communications relating to Epstein, as well as information about the investigation into his death back in 2019. So all of this is going to enter the public domain in 30 days from now. Amanda, isn't this a bit of a U-turn by President Trump?
No, I think President Trump said all along that he had nothing to do with this. And really, if the information was released, it would backlash on the Democrats, which I think we've been seeing that at least with Larry Summers, the former president of Harvard, and someone who has very high level positions that he's had to vacate from, such as being on the board of OpenAI. And so, this cuts both ways. And President Trump has made it abundantly clear he had nothing to do with this man. He started taking away his staff, and that was when Trump cut off the relationship. And so I think really what this is going to do is hurt Democrats more. And I think you're going to see that. But the reality is that this was a big deal for Republicans and Democrats. And no one wants to see the veiling or cloaking of information like this. Now, the Republicans' argument was, privacy, keeping the victims private. But, ultimately, this became a bigger issue that people began to focus on and wanted to have the files released. People within the MAGA world and President Trump's own party said this is what we voted for. And so the information in 30 days, with some caveats, will be released.
Yeah, Angie, I mean, clearly the Epstein brand is a radioactive brand. And as Amanda was just saying there, it's potentially got consequences for both parties. I mean, what do we think are in these files? I mean, and do we think that what comes out is finally going to put a stop and put to bed all of the conspiracy theories that have been circulating for not just months, but years now?
I don't think the conspiracy theories will ever end. I think people have lots of thoughts on this, and it will never really, truly be put to bed. But I'm very happy to see full transparency by the Trump administration and the DOJ. Tom, it wasn't that long ago that you and I were discussing how President Trump ordered the DOJ to release all these files. So I'm not sure why, the media now is calling it an about face on Trump's decision to release these files. There is one caveat to note. Although the DOJ now has 30 days to release the Epstein files, what are these files exactly? Well, they're millions of pages of documents. Anyone can submit through, say, the FBI website and write Epstein on it, and that would appear on top of the pile. So you have to understand there's so much there. But I think the most important thing to note when we do finally see these files would be that there are also classified files and also files that belong in various courts in in the U.S. at the moment that may not come out, certainly not the classified documents. So, there are some room to conceal, if you want to call it that, still. But at the end of the day, what has Trump done? Well, he's basically chased the Democrats into a box to say, we want to see the files. We want to see the files. Okay, let's see the files. And then the dripping of emails that have come out since have been about Hakeem Jeffries and various members of the Democrat Party being involved with Epstein on some level. So I think this may be an embarrassment for the Democrats when it does come out, likely the beginning of next year. This might be a classic play by Trump.
Okay, well, one of the loudest voices calling for those files to be released was Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she seems to have slightly broken rank from her party on a couple of issues. She called the situation in Gaza a genocide. She's been critical of the current administration for not focusing on kitchen table issues, particularly rising prices, affordability, as we were saying earlier on. Amanda, how serious is this infighting, would you say, in the ranks of MAGA got to?
Well, if we look back to earlier this year, we saw a similar sparring between President Trump and Elon Musk, and now we see them reunited. So it's hard to say because, in Washington, it's a tough thing. You need people to be able to support your agenda. And so, sure, you can say Marjorie Taylor Greene is bad, but she hasn't said that about him. She has said, what has happened to me as a result of President Trump going after me has hurt me, but I still support the president. Now, some of the people will say that you haven't been supportive of President Trump, and in fact, you've tried to thwart him at all costs. And so you can't consider yourself MAGA. And so I think that's really where the issue lies right now. But I do believe there will be a truce. And I do believe that someone that was so supportive of President Trump and continues to support President Trump just wants to inject some issues that she believes are important for the conversation. And perhaps President Trump will take up those issues. Again, you mentioned the affordability issue as it pertains to health care, which personally affected her children.
Okay, thanks for that, Amanda. Angie, just turning to you. I mean, President Trump has called Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor, withdrawn his endorsement of her. I mean, does this look to you like a full-blown feud, or are you optimistic they'll eventually sort of make up, as Elon Musk and President Trump appear to have done? And is anyone else involved? Is this beyond Marjorie Taylor Greene? Is this mushrooming?
Tom, this is the biggest MAGA divorce I've ever seen. And certainly these are two juggernauts of our world here. So it's been quite the story to see these two fighting. Because remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene was by President Trump's side all the way leading up to the 2024 election, spent millions of her own dollars to get him elected and traveled with him and campaigned and was a surrogate for his campaign. So, at the end of the day, what does she get out of it? And I think that's where this all leads back to. She did not get rewarded for what she had done to help him get reelected, as with other Republican members. Meanwhile, the Trump team has told Republican House members to stay put in Congress because why? President Trump wants a full 4-year presidency. He does not want any hiccups during the midterm. So he's asked House members, remain where you are. Do not seek higher offices. We saw that in the case of Elise Stefanik when she tried to go into the UN role, and Trump yanked her out to keep her in Congress, to keep the numbers just enough so that we can pass a couple of bills in Congress. So Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted something for her efforts in helping President Trump get reelected. And because I think she didn't receive anything, she's now doing this kind of tit for tat with him. You mentioned traitor and other things, words flying around. The other thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene, because she was so close to Trump, also said was that he was inciting violence on her. What do those words bring up? Oh, January 6th all over again. So they know how to play each other. I agree with Amanda. I think it's healthy to have these debates. I think it's healthy not to be a Trump absolutist and push back if President Trump is not doing something right. And these are healthy debates to have. Now, again, I would like to be as hopeful as Amanda and say, yes, those two will reconcile. But I don't know. They're both very ambitious people. So I'm looking forward to see how this one ends.
Yeah, I mean, Amanda, you're not worried at all about a feud and a split, fractures within the ranks of MAGA with the midterms looming not so far in the future.
Yeah, well, the midterms are a year away, and certainly we have time to, get the family back together and, kind of stop this hemorrhaging between the two. But really, this ultimately is about, like I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene had her issues, things that she represents her district on, and things that she's hearing from her constituents. And so if she's channeling that and, certainly President Trump didn't appreciate that, well, here we are. So time will pass, and hopefully this will be something that is just, they move on from this. But we saw it with Elon Musk, and hopefully we'll see it with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, President Trump, just moving on to our last topic, and we'll have to be super quick on this one. President Trump might have a new friend because he's got a visitor at the White House on Friday, who is, of course, the New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. Angie, how did this meeting come about?
I like this approach. I think this is exactly how a president should behave along with a new mayor-elect. This is good. The two men are talking. Clearly, President Trump and his family have business ties to New York. The president is from New York, and he wants to see his city thrive. He does not want to pick a fight with Zohran Mamdani like they had during the campaign. But look, he is now mayor-elect, and they have to work together. So why not have an open line of communications? President Trump did exactly the same thing with the San Francisco mayor, Daniel Lurie, and they have a great relationship. So this is a new page for President Trump. He's usually kind of more brash and aggressive. This one is like inviting him for tea at the White House. I prefer this.
Amanda, your thoughts just before we wrap up.
This is a good thing. New York City is very important to President Trump. And I think at the end of the day, President Trump will probably want to make sure that NYPD and law enforcement is protected in New York City, and make sure he gets a commitment on that. That's what I believe.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed to you both, Amanda Mackey. Thank you. And thank you as well to Angie Wong. Great to have you both with us today.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora. Well, there is no doubt that the world is a very interconnected place, and an excellent example of just how important one region can be on the prosperity, stability and the future of another is the guest who's joining me now. João Cravinho, the Special Representative from the European Union to the Sahel. Thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Pleasure, thank you.
The world is interconnected. There are no borders around regions. Why is it so important in this geopolitical climate that the European Union has a presence in the Sahel region?
Well, it's a vast region. We're talking about a region more or less 3/4 of the size of the European Union, with 100 million people, not so far from the European Union, and with vast ungoverned spaces, with vast tracts of territory where you have terrorists, where you have organized crime, where you have enormous socioeconomic difficulties. To have this close to the European Union is, apart from tragic and very difficult for the populations concerned, it's also a danger for Europe. And so what we would like to do, and this is of course not done from one day to the next, it takes considerable time, investment and work. What we would like to do is transform what is now a somewhat desolate panorama into a land of opportunity first and foremost for the people of the region, but also an opportunity for a different kind of relationship between the European Union and an important part of Africa. The challenges of the Sahel are challenges that do not remain in the Sahel. We've seen in other parts of the world, for example in Syria, how, or in Afghanistan, when a terrorist group establishes itself territorially, it doesn't stay where it is. We've seen also how difficulties in terms of socio-economic prospects create, and also in terms of security, create migratory flows which are disturbing for the people themselves first and foremost, but also for neighbors in Africa. The countries of the West African coast have absorbed literally millions of people coming from the Sahel, and also some of them have undertaken this extremely perilous, extremely risky journey across the Sahara and across the Mediterranean or across the open Atlantic into the Canary Islands. People do this at enormous risk, and they do this only because the situation is desperate. And it's exactly that same despair which also leads to the recruitment of terrorist groups, of jihadi groups linked to Al-Qaeda or linked to the Islamic State. So we have a complex of problems, and we need to be able to face up to these issues in a multi-pronged manner, different policy instruments, but above all with a dialogue with those who are in positions of leadership.
It's interesting that you raise the way that you liaise with the region, because it leads me to a question of how do you ensure stability, security, prosperity without encroaching on those echoes of colonial past that obviously still run deep in that part of the world.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and we have to be very clear about this. We can make a contribution, but we do not have primary responsibility. We can only work with those who are in a position of authority to the extent that they are available and open for that. We have no wish whatsoever to impose our views, our perhaps anachronistic understanding from Europe onto what are fast-moving realities in a very young region. We're talking about a region where 70% of the population is 25 or under. People who have completely different prospects and outlooks. And what we want to do is to be able to demonstrate that actually a good, healthy, and strong relationship with Europe should be part of a better future for all of them. But we're not in the business of imposing anything at all. That, I think, would be a major mistake.
How receptive has the region been when you consider that it encompasses places like Mali, Burkina Faso, that have experienced coups in recent years, a lot of instability? Are you getting a good response? Is there a willingness to cooperate?
There is a big interest. What they tell me is they want to tourner la page. They want to turn the page. They want to establish a different kind of relationship with Europe, and we're very much available for that. Now, how to do this in a context in which we are not necessarily going to agree on everything, because we don't. We have fundamental differences, but we have to have the maturity to agree to disagree on some aspects, and to identify those areas in which we have mutual interests in working together. This is the work that we're currently developing, and I've been well received with this proposal, with this general idea.
How much of it is for the mutual benefit of both regions, but also to try and negate the influence of, say, Russia and China, that are also seeing that power vacuum in that region and wanting to exert their influence there as well?
Well, I think Russia and China are different subjects. We should treat them differently. Russia is clearly a nefarious, makes nefarious contributions to the region. Its contributions to stability have been negative. And I think that it is now clear that what Russia had to offer, which is simply brute force in Mali, is not producing the results. Nowadays, the military security situation in Mali is worse than it was when the Russians were invited in to try to reconquer the territory. So the limitations of Russian capacity are quite clear. China has a very different approach, but and it is interested in resources. We see that in Niger it invested a very large amount of money, for $5 billion US, in making the longest pipeline to the coast in Benin. But with China, what I would say is that they have their approach, and we respect sovereign choices of countries of the region. However, I think that what we have to offer is much wider, much more interesting for the populations in the longer term. But this is not necessarily a question of either or. There is nothing impeding countries of the region from working with China and working with us as well.
And just finally, when we look at things like crucial raw minerals, the benefits that there are, but also concerns about climate, that leads to a lot of climate migration, is that something that the EU is looking to develop in a sustainable way? How do you encourage that to get the benefits that those obviously very materially rich countries have, but negating the impact that it could have on future climate migration?
Yes, well, I mean, this points to the need that we have as an international community really to develop appropriate governance mechanisms. The climate change is impacting the whole world, but it has a very strong, very powerful impact in the Sahel. It's one of the parts of the world most impacted. This is creating all sorts of changes, elements for change, usually negatively. It is creating, for example, with respect to herders who usually take their cattle from one part of the region to another part, they're forced to find new paths, which are bringing them into conflict with farmers in different regions. And this can also have an ethnic dimension. So here we have climate change producing intensified ethnic conflict. I think that we require an approach that is holistic. You cannot simply apply a one-dimensional formula, military force, for example, and imagine that the problems are going to be solved. That's why I think that the European Union is in a good position to be a good partner for the region, precisely because we do have a multitude of different policy instruments. With respect to critical raw materials, I think that the most important, and I know that the young people of the Sahel feel this very much, is that the wealth that is under their soil should revert to their own futures. And I think that with respect to that, it is necessary to work with the authorities in the different countries in ensuring that appropriate codes of conduct are respected, that there is value added, that there is a return for the populations. And to be honest, I don't see that when you were talking about Russia being a partner for the region, and they're also involved in mining, but in a manner that is not producing any positive results for the population.
It's a really interesting part of the world, and we appreciate you taking the time to share your expertise. Joel Cravigno, thank you for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor art, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English, here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of a what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. They're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just said it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee will maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him when...
With gritted teeth?
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for... And don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters, these people on this committee. They tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and he needs, and we all do. We've got to. And the war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why
is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually. But it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange, really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't, and I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had a pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. With their screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. And they burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be. I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. We need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. And it's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's like a. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. He pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, whatever long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, you know, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their sort of their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. he's all right. You know, I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's a good campaigner for his own city. That's a very, very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, you know, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is what they say it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT. What do you use it for? What do you use it for? Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology because, you know, we're all simple. We're human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, you know, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. A disaster. We were it's now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No, let me just finish my point, because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway, most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be, we are the world leader in AI, one of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing. I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, you know, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, you know, as high as it's been for 4 years in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. But, you know, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, too much apologizing for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was prime, one of the first things that I did when I was prime, 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we're going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street, quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. This is a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you kind of back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get, or lost or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well that you've ever fought. So is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or squash or gourd. One of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising, do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's,
offensive.
Offensive. I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's actually a brilliant guy, amazing guy. And there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader in it, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, there's...
How is this?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Or maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. That's a serious amount of money for Ukraine, 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. So that would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Now, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off. But then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. Under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, honestly, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems. And this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but you can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
Other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.